Chapter 1294. Hai Hun Shan complained in private. What's the point of beating us up? What's the point of not being able to catch up with others? Besides, Zhou Xiao Duo should be outstanding. If he's not outstanding, who is? He's our ancestor. If you ask me, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation is not high enough. Based on his background, he's the son of the minister and the godson of the Flood Witch. He should be on par with the emperor's ex-son, king of Yudong Tian. People are afraid of comparisons. If Zhou Xiaoduo is compared to Yudong Tian, heavenly king Yu, he's far inferior. Zhou Xiaoduo shouldn't be compared to us. He should be compared to Yudong Tian, Yun Zhonghu. Comparing to us, isn't that bullying? The group of juniors from the Umno Alliance quickly convinced themselves. They felt that they were weak. It was only right that they were weak. Compared to Zhou Xiaoduo. It was wrong that they weren't weak. Hence, they calmed down. Of course, they only thought about this in their hearts. They said it out loud in private. After all, everyone knew that this argument couldn't be refuted. Yudong Tian's cultivation was high and had reached the peak of this world. However, he had cultivated for many years, while Zhou Xiaoduo had only cultivated for a few years. How could they be compared? But the blame wasn't on their backs. Zhou Xiaoduo was the elder. If we don't compare to you, you shouldn't compare to us either. On this day, Hong Xiaonyo came to look for Zhou Xiaoduo with two tumors that were about to explode. Ancestor Zhou, please help us beg for mercy. We're being beaten more than 30 times a day. What kind of fucking life is this? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of my business." Before he finished speaking, he had already left. It was chaos in the Tower of Emptiness. More than 70 people were being beaten, and more than 100 people were being beaten. Li Chenglong was the only one who was free. He was organizing the groups. He also organized the 56 people from the Umno Alliance into groups. 8 people in a group, a total of 7 groups. It was the same number as 1 week. According to Li Chenglong's deeper explanation, it was a perfect mix of people being beaten up every day. In such an atmosphere of chaos, shouting and screaming, everyone's strength also showed a state of leaps and bounds. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was no harm, there would be no motivation. This sentence was vividly reflected here. The 56 little fellows of the Wizard Alliance were on the verge of collapse. They could even kill themselves by training every day. 2 months in the outside world was more than 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. The cultivation strength of Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had reached the peak of primordial chaos. With such combat strength, they were on par with the King of Zhuolu and the others. They could finally join the ranks of the top in this world. Although they were at the end of the top, they were still at the top. The further difference was that the King of Zhuolu and the others were anxious to break through every day. At their level, it was no longer a matter of accumulation. It was a breakthrough in cultivation and state of mind. Sometimes, they could break through with a flash of inspiration. It was like becoming a Buddha. However, most of them might not be able to break through in their lifetime. They were stuck at this stage. There were many people like this now. The King of Zhuolu, Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. There were more than 40 people. They were all stuck at this stage after more than 30 years of hard work. They were unable to break through and take another step. After the battle with Zhou Xiaoduo, Grand Shaman Dan Kong and Grand Shaman Bing Ming tacitly retreated. Fortunately, they were evenly matched this time. However, if there was a next time, they would not be a match for him. Even if they could not afford to offend him, they could still hide. However, they really could not hide. Because of this battle, Zhou Xiaoduo completely understood something. Are you Bing Xiaobing? Are you Kong Xiaodan? Bing Ming and Dan Kong were in a sorry state. Then Sua Xiao Duo recognized Lai Xiaohua. Suddenly, the three of them hid when they saw Sua Xiao Duo. Because when Sua Xiao Duo saw him, he called out, Xiao Bing. Xiao Dan. Xiao Hua. He did not call him uncle anymore. What the fuck was this? However, the three of them could not refute. Sua Xiaoduo's words rendered them speechless. Tell me, were we not equals at that time? I treated you as my brothers and even treated you to drinks. However, you want to be my elders. What is the reason for this? No need to quibble. Just say that we were never equals. Humph, after eating and drinking my food, you still want to use this trick. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming were badly battered. In the end, they could not hide anymore and went out to fight. That if they went to the battlefield, they would not be bullied here. With the 12 grand shamans, the sky inspecting throne, and the 7 swords of the Tao League, they gathered the highest experience of the 3 continents and taught them step by step. They even helped to unblock their meridians. Everyone's cultivation had increased considerably. It could even be said that their cultivation progress in this lifetime could not be compared to the 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. However, as their cultivation reached the peak, they were all stuck at the bottleneck of the realm. There was no exception. After more than a month of learning and accumulation in the outside world and waiting, the demon race finally began to launch their general attack. Time and tide wait for no man. There is no point in forcing ourselves to stay here. It is not because of the foundation accumulation, but because the opportunity has not arrived yet. Sua Chonglu was also very depressed about this. So many people at the peak of this world, were all unable to break through because of the realm. It was also a very strange thing. If everyone was still scattered across the continents, they might not think much of it. They might even think that it was normal. They were already at the peak of this world. How could it be so easy to go further? It was safest and most normal to put them in the thousands or tens of thousands of years of grinding. However, gathering together. It seemed wrong. Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we might as well go out and fight. Try to find opportunities at the edge of life and death. If we break through, we break through. If we don't, it is just a matter of luck. At this moment, a group of people at the peak of this world looked at Sua Xiao Duo and the others with eyes full of envy. Everyone knew one thing, they were stuck at the bottleneck of the realm, but these 15 little guys did not have this concern. What they lacked was just not enough accumulation, which was why they could not continue to break through. In other words, as long as they had enough accumulation, they could break through the bottleneck at any time. Everyone had faintly guessed the reason for this. It was because they had repeatedly suppressed each realm. Every time they broke through, their true essence would be suppressed to the point where they had no choice but to break through. Once they released their true essence, the so-called bottleneck would be easily broken through even if it was not ignored. Now that he thought about it, the path of cultivation was a thorny path. Everyone walked step by step. He had endured that kind of pain 7 times, 8 times, and even the so-called highest number of times, 9 times. It was probably because of the accumulation of such a foundation that he was able to achieve what he had today. However, every time they recalled that kind of pain, they still had lingering fears. But what about Sua Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others? Each of them had gone through 17, 18 times, more than 20 times, and it was said that the most had gone through 40 to 50 times. They had endured dozens of times more than them, and also dozens of times more tragic pain. With such a foundation, such accumulation, if they did not succeed, who would? How could their road ahead not be smooth? Why would there be a bottleneck? Wasn't the so-called bottleneck because of insufficient accumulation in the current realm, making it difficult to break through? It was all their own fault, how could they blame others? Everyone was chosen at the time, the peak of the current world, and also experienced the world. After thinking through this point, they could not even feel jealous. On the battlefield. Suddenly, the wind whistled. In the sky above the 3 continents, blood clouds gathered, as if announcing something. With a roar that shook heaven and earth, the demons, under the lead of the 12 demon gods, finally began an all-out attack. 27,000 miles of the defensive line pressed forward. Billions of demon soldiers pressed forward without holding back, launching an all-out attack. Their intention to finish in one fell swoop was clear. If we can't break through, we will all die here. This was a death order from the 5 great demon lords. The 5 great demon lords held the line in the sky. Demon ancestor Rahu still did not participate in the battle, and no one knew what he was doing. The higher-ups of the 3 continents did not let down their guard at all. Who knew where the demon ancestor was hiding? Who knew what he was planning to do? If he suddenly attacked, even Zhou Changlu and the Flood Witch would not be able to withstand it. In the battle, the 7 teams of the Omno Alliance and Zhou Xiaoduo's insufficient team also joined the battle. They spread out and entered the battlefield separately. As soon as the battle started, all modern communications could not be used. In the beginning, the few signal towers that could barely be maintained communications. This time, all of them were destroyed by the demon masters. Even the mountains were flattened, and the soldiers guarding them were not left with any corpses. Zhou Xiaoduo had just left the Annihilation Tower when he felt a rainstorm coming from the sky. It was a rainstorm of fate points. Before entering the Annihilation Tower, just on the battlefield alone, he had scattered more than 1 billion divine secret orders. During this period of cultivation, too many people's divinations had come true, and they had died. These people were all cultivators who had entered the path of Tao, and each of them produced at least 3 drops of fate points. Zhou Xiaoduo's harvest from this wave alone was enough to make him explode at least 100,000 times. This is awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a rainstorm of fate falling from the sky, and it was all directed at him. He was so happy that he felt a little dizzy. Since there was a large amount of fate points in his account, he would not be stingy at this moment. He immediately shared the benefits with Xiao Long, who was now a great help. Therefore, it started to rain heavily in the Annihilation Tower. Eat! Eat! You will explode. At this moment, Xiao Long could not help but feel that he had reached the peak of his dragon life. It was like a dream, and he was intoxicated. There was actually a time when he could not finish it. What kind of crazy happiness was this? Countless fate points entered the space of the Annihilation Tower and turned into the energy of the Annihilation Tower. At this moment, because of the battle between the 2 sides, the Annihilation Tower, which was temporarily empty, suddenly expanded like a balloon. It was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1295. As more and more fate points entered, the changes in the interior of the Tower of Annihilation also increased. Gradually, fog started to appear in the Tower of Annihilation. Then, it started to drizzle. Boundless pure spiritual energy started to form. The height of the entire space also started to increase bit by bit. Until a day later, boundless karmic luck began to converge in the sky, forming a small, sparkling star. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian were hiding in Beigong House camp, ready to attack. There were only the 2 of them here. Li Chenglong and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Since they were not big enough, the small team members scattered into the dense forest. Do whatever you want. Mission 1, pay attention to the safety of the Commander-in-Chief and ensure that he is not assassinated by the demons. Mission 2, kill as many demon soldiers as possible. Mission 3, survive. These were the 3 mission requirements of Military Advisor Li. The main reason why there was such a mission requirement was because Zhou Xiaoduo's Heavenly Secret Command indicated that in this battle, Bei Gonghao's life would be in danger as the star of misfortune shone upon him. Because of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan chose to hide in this team and wait for an opportunity to save Bei Gonghao. However, even Bei Gonghao did not know that they were hiding. The two of them stood on top of the mountain and looked ahead. In broad daylight, the army of the devil race soared into the sky and surged towards this side. How big is this army? How can there be so many of them? This was the first time Zhuo Xiaoyan had seen such a large-scale battle from such a high vantage point. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The most conservative estimate is that there are at least 3 million demons participating in this battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced around. Also, there must be a demon god hiding among the ordinary people, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To the upper echelons of the demon race, it doesn't matter even if this batch of demon army is completely wiped out. As long as they can deplete the combat power of the 3 continents to the greatest extent, this price is nothing. Zhuo Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Later, the two of us will have to split up. One of us will stay by Commander Beigong's side and be careful in case something happens. One of us will go and kill the first wave. Then, one of us will return and the other will go again. Okay, I will go first, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Okay. The demon army flew closer and closer. Their demonic aura was overwhelming. Halfway up the mountain, countless cultivators of the allied army calmly looked at the demon race that was about to arrive. They were expressionless, but in reality, they had already gathered their strength and were ready for this tragic battle. Bei Gonghao's majestic body stood under the commander's flag that fluttered in the wind. He raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes in concentration. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Bei Gonghao was like a statue. He did not move at all. All the Northern Army soldiers could see their commander standing under the commander's flag when they turned around. He was like a stabilizing needle that calmed the hearts of the Northern Army. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 500 meters. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar. That roar came from Commander Beigong's mouth, soldiers of the north. Bei Gonghao's order was like the clanging of metal and thunder. We are invincible. The thousands of soldiers on the other side roared in unison. The sound waves accumulated and impacted, stirring up dust that covered the horizon. Bei Gonghao unsheathed his saber. The roar of a dragon and a tiger shook the sky. He pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them all. Don't embarrass me, Bei Gonghao. Don't humiliate the reputation of the Northern Army." Roar! The neat army formation on the other side flew into the sky like lightning. The curtains of the battle were drawn. As soon as the two sides clashed, the moment the two sides came into contact, a dense rain of blood suddenly burst out from the dust that filled the sky. Blood splattered in the air. It fell a few meters before it turned into blood droplets and dripped onto the dust. Puff, puff, puff. On the ground. Countless drops of blood smashed into the dust like raindrops. Unexpectedly, the dust that was flying in the air was completely soaked, and could not be splashed anymore. The Northern Army was advancing and attacking. There was no turning back. When the Blade Demon was alive, he was stationed in the north. Because of this, many of the Northern Army soldiers were taught by the Blade Demon. Now, the Blade Demon's saber skills were once again shining brightly in this war between humans and demons. When the saber is drawn, there is only life and death. There is no turning back. Kill. A wisp of green smoke flashed across the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo threw out millions of heavenly secret orders. In half a second, he threw them out 10 times. Then, he raised his sledgehammer and smashed into the waves of demons like a meteor. In an instant, it was as if a pillar had suddenly appeared in the middle of a torrential flood, a pillar that stabilized the sea. The moment it landed, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. The void trembled, and the gates of hell appeared with a loud rumble. The 99 Kitty Hammer was in full swing. It had already turned into a whirlwind. The moment it came into contact with the 3,000 demons, they were reduced to dust. Blood splattered everywhere like an explosion. Duo waved his hand and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer instantly turned into a meteor hammer. A white and a black light flashed and Little White and Little Geo were already in position. This change was limited to a spin on the spot. The range of the attack had expanded to 30 meters. The black and white halos intertwined to form a complete Tai Chi halo, and none of the devilish beings were able to block it for even an instant. Only the one in charge was invincible. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the twin hammers swept up the hurricane, Duo was like a giant ship riding the wind and breaking the waves in the ocean. He did not dodge or evade the waves of attacks from the devils, and went against the momentum. Following Duo's forceful advance, the black and white halos also quickly followed. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Taiji halos had already rushed out a distance of 1,500 meters. It had also opened up a 60 meters wide complete passage in the midst of the densely packed demon army. It was a bloody path. And Duo was still rushing forward, continuing to attack indiscriminately. Along with a muffled sound, there seemed to be a demon expert who came forward to stop the Tai Chi halo. However, Duo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's power was already at its peak. The hammer was like a single entity. How could an ordinary demon general block it? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox with a few muffled sounds and dense screams. All the demon experts who came to stop him were no exception. They were all turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Xiaonian looked from afar. Duo's side seemed to be exploding all the time. Countless people were sent flying in the air. However, they were smashed into pieces in midair. Not even their bones were left. It was a pure death without any injuries. Even someone like Xiaonian who knew Duo's strength well couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this scene. Not to mention the other demons, who didn't know about Duo's strength and the extent of his strength. Kill him! Kill him! Seeing how powerful Duo was this time, countless commanders of the demon race roared in anger. Countless demons rushed over at every moment, hoping to break through Duo's Tai Chi circle, the death circle, but no one could do anything. But countless devils were still trying, one after another. The devil army had never retreated, even though they saw Duo's strength, they did not feel fear. There was a limit to a person's strength. How could they maintain such a large-scale killer move for a long time? Now, they were just doing it in one spurt. When their strength was exhausted, they would inevitably be devoured by a large number of demons. They wanted to see how long this human could hold on. After a while, Duo suddenly withdrew his 2 hammers. His body was spinning as if he didn't have enough strength and wanted to retreat. However, there were too many demons around him. They immediately swarmed forward, wanting to cut Duo's body into pieces. However, the moment the enemies closed in, they suddenly heard Duo's roar. His roar was earth-shattering, and it was not inferior to before. With Duo's cultivation, how could such a high energy output in such a short period of time be his limit? He just thought of a better way to kill the demons. As far as the eye could see, the primordial fire technique, which had been refined for decades, was activated. As soon as it was activated, the blazing flames instantly rushed out to a radius of thousands of meters. It really happened in an instant. Tens of thousands of demons who were in the range of the primordial fire were all vaporized without exception. Not even a trace of them was left. Just now, when the 2 hammers danced and supported by Bai and Jiu to form the Tai Chi halo, he had just entered the battle and had not entered deep into the enemy's formation. He suddenly launched such a large-scale indiscriminate attack, which might have affected his own soldiers. However, through the Tai Chi Halo attack just now, he had long been separated from his own forces. He was alone in the enemy's formation. One of the benefits of being alone in the enemy's formation was also revealed. He didn't have to worry about hurting his own people when he launched any indiscriminate attack. The primordial fire technique came with great force, harvesting the demons in a large area. Sui Xiao Duo moved again and again, teleporting one after another. Every time he appeared in the midst of the demons, the flames would surge with him. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost in the middle of the demons' army. No matter where he went, there were soaring flames and surging flames. Wherever the flames passed, even the air would be burned to nothing. Later, Sui Xiao Duo, who was in high spirits, directly controlled the primordial fire, forming a huge fireball that was no less than thousands of meters in size. He forcefully rushed from east to west, making a round trip. With the momentum of a prairie fire, the flames could not be stopped. Wherever they passed, even the mountains and rocks were burned. The air was burning and trembling, and the space was burning and fragmenting. Suddenly encountering such a ferocious and special attack, the demon's offensive momentum was cut in half and stopped by him. Now that Sui Xiao Duo had reached the peak of the primordial chaos, he was able to use the primordial fire technique, which was almost at the great success realm. Its power was naturally extraordinary, which was why there was such an earth-shaking movement. After the demon's army was divided by Sui Xiao Duo's strength alone, a gap appeared between the front army and the demons at the back. Chapter 1296. Sui Xiao Duo swept back and forth in a frenzy. The flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth continued to spread. As the primordial fire continued to burn, it covered the sky and covered the earth, vaporizing all the nearby demons. Even though the demons in the rear weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't jump into the sea of fire and die for nothing. As a result, the hundreds of thousands of demons that had already charged forward were surrounded by the northern army. Under the situation where the demons had the absolute advantage in numbers, this situation was simply unimaginable. How could the northern army let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? One by one, they rushed forward and killed the surrounded demons with all their might. With a flash of extremely cold frost, the tens of thousands of demons along the way were all turned into ice sculptures. Then, they were smashed into pieces by the soldiers of the northern army. Countless demonic souls rose into the air and were swept away by the two rays of light, one black and one white. It was Sui Xiaonian who had taken the time to swing his sword and fill a gap in the northern army that had been created by the demon army. If Sui Xiaoduo's moves were said to be domineering, then Sui Xiaonian's moves were more focused on the fine details. A single sword strike could freeze tens of thousands of demons without harming a single one of them. This level of control, if one had not reached the realm of minute subtlety, how could one achieve it? Kill. 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 With such a strong support, the northern army's fighting spirit soared. They waved their weapons and killed the demons to their heart's content. More and more demons were dying under his saber, and more of his fellow demons were falling beside him. On a battlefield like this, grief, anger, none of that existed. There was only life and death. There was only waving the blade. Fighting. Fighting non-stop. Countless demonic souls were sucked into the space of the Tower of Annihilation and devoured by the god-slaying spear, Yan Shirsi, as nutrients. A shining spear tip was gradually forming. Although Yan Shirsi was only a part of the god-slaying spear's essence and was far inferior to the real god-slaying spear, the nourishment of so many demonic souls caused a qualitative change from quantity to quality, which gave him new characteristics. As long as he could continue to use a massive amount of demonic souls to temper his sharpness, and condense a new spear body, he would have the hope of transforming into a realm that was not inferior to innate spiritual objects. He might even be able to compete with them. Of course, this would be an extremely long process. As a large number of demonic souls entered the Tower of Annihilation like clouds of smoke, luck points poured into the Tower of Annihilation like a storm. The transformation of the Tower of Void Extermination continued. Xiaolong was wantonly churning and growing. The originally illusory scale armor was gradually becoming clearer. It was truly the god-slaying spear was swallowing. Inside the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, Bai and Jiu were fighting, refining, and devouring. Outside, essence fire soared into the sky, incinerating the heavens and setting the earth alight. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered as he charged forward. It was no wonder that Zhu Wuzhu Rong had been targeted during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. The destructive power of the Zhu Rong flame was unimaginably great when it wreaked havoc in the army. It was as if he was carrying the epicenter of an atomic bomb back and forth in the city of ordinary people, jumping back and forth repeatedly. Furthermore, the prerequisite was that his speed was not slow at all. Wherever he went, he would be vaporized. As long as he could withstand it, he would be able to fight. If the difference in cultivation level was too big, he would be directly burned to death and vaporized. There was no need to make a move at all. Of course, this kind of cultivation technique was not without its drawbacks. The consumption was indeed quite high. Compared to the consumption of the Taiji Halo and the eruption of the elemental fire art, it could not even be described as a child or grandson. Based on this understanding, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only endure the eruption of the elemental fire art for 3 minutes before launching the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again. Together with Bai and Jiu, they reconstructed the Taiji Halo and set off a bloody storm. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." There was a loud shout. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge mace ruthlessly smashed onto the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Good timing. Boom! With this sudden tremor, the entire ground shook. All the demons within a kilometer were bleeding from their 7 orifices. There were few exceptions. Those who were closer to the impact did not even make a sound. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Then, they fell down stiffly like wooden stakes, and there was no more sound. Hundreds of demons were killed by the tremor. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked up with bloodshot eyes. In front of him was a demon warrior who was more than 100 feet tall, and he was stumbling backward. The other party had 4 hands, and 2 of them were split open, with blood gushing out. It was obvious that the attack just now was from this devil. Demon God. Zhuo Xiaoduo yelled and chased after the demon with his twin hammers. Which one of the 19 demon gods are you? With the sound of metal clashing, the 99 kitty hammers smashed all the demons who tried to stop Zhuo Xiaoduo into minced meat. As a heavenly secret order flew out, Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed strangely. Rank 17 of the 19 demon gods. Earth Demon. Ferocious demon god, your ranking is too low. Isn't it too embarrassing? Come on, I'll help you solve this problem of face. The demon god retreated quickly and said angrily, I don't need your help. I'll kill you, and you won't have any worries. You don't have to care about face. Help is help. You don't have to thank me. You're one of the higher-ups. How dare you attack the ordinary demons? The ferocious demon god despised Zhuo Xiaoduo's unruly behavior. You're right. You're right. Let's fight. It's a good time for the higher-ups to fight, Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted as he chased after the demon god. We're of equal status. Hey! Don't run. The ferocious demon god ran even faster, but he didn't dare to say anything. When they exchanged blows just now, his demonic vitality was almost shattered. This kid's hammers were too hard and too domineering. The top-grade acquired spiritual treasure wolf tooth cudgel that he collected from the iron essence was shattered in one blow. If he continued to fight, he would be courting death. Now that his weapon spirit was shattered, he would be killed in less than 2 blows if he continued to fight. The ferocious demon god was focused on retreating. When he realized that there was no one around him who could stop Suoxiao Duo, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. As he ran, he shouted, "Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Wait until the decisive battle. I'll fight you to the death. Don't wait until the decisive battle. Let's do it now." Suoxiao Duo chased after him and said angrily, "You don't let me kill the soldiers, but you don't want to fight with me. You said everything. How can there be such logic in this world?" As he shouted, he chased after the demon god. Along the way, countless demons screamed and flew away. The ferocious demon god shouted as he ran, "If you have the guts, fight with our demon ancestor. Can you be any more shameless?" Suoxiao Duo scolded, "How can you say such shameless words? You're a disgrace to the demon race." Suoxiao Duo's provocation had no effect on the ferocious demon god. The ferocious demon god turned a deaf ear. "You can scold me all you want. Anyway, I won't stop to fight with you. This guy ran too fast." Suoxiao Duo chased after him like a wave of blood. Most importantly, there were always demons who disregarded their lives to stop him. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Suoxiao Duo disappeared. He couldn't help but be angry. Coward! Bastard! Suoxiao Duo couldn't stop thinking about it, so he activated the primordial fire art again and burned the area around him. In the distance, a pair of eyes suddenly focused on this side. Zhu Rong's successor. There was a ripple in the demon chi, as if someone was muttering to himself. Suoxiao Duo was in the midst of his arrogant killing spree. Suddenly, he felt an extreme sense of danger. He couldn't win. Damn! As soon as this sense of danger arose, Suoxiao Duo immediately ran back. He activated the Tianyuan escape technique and retreated at the highest speed. In an instant, he flashed hundreds of miles away. Then, he immediately restrained his aura and connected his mind to Suoxiaonian. He immediately entered the Annihilation Tower. Suoxiaonian reacted quickly. She immediately activated her power and sucked the Annihilation Tower over. In just a moment, not only did he disappear from the battlefield, but he also completely disappeared from the world. The demon ancestor's huge divine sense scanned the battlefield, but he couldn't find the guy who was happily setting fire just now. He couldn't help but frown. What a coward. I didn't even release any killing intent. I just wanted to ask if Zhu Rong was still there. He just disappeared. To think that he's Zhu Wu's successor. What a coward. Even the demon ancestor, who was an ancient giant, felt a little depressed. What kind of personality did this guy have? He bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. How could an ancient expert be like this? I just released my divine sense, and you ran away. This guy was unbelievably obedient. The ferocious demon god also felt it. He was instantly energized and turned to chase after Suoxiao Duo. However, he couldn't find him. He was furious. Coward, don't run away. The demon ancestor was overthinking. As usual, Suoxiao Duo judged others by himself. Since he sensed danger, why would he care about his reputation and image? If I can win, I'll definitely continue to fight. I'll chase after the enemy. I'll be as awe-inspiring as I can be. But now that the demon ancestor's attention is on me, if I don't run, am I going to die? I can't be like the tyrant. When he came out of the Annihilation Tower, he was still in shock. His face was still pale. I felt the demon ancestor's attention just now. Mommy, I was scared to death. This old thing is so shameless. He actually wanted to deal with me personally. That's too immoral. Sui Xiaoyan was shocked when she heard that. Her face turned pale. The demon ancestor. Is it really the demon ancestor? Yes, yes. Sui Xiaoduo recalled and shuddered. It's a kind of... How should I put it? It's a kind of demonic aura that fills your body and mind in an instant, then suddenly explodes. This old thing, he actually shamelessly attacked me. Sui Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. He muttered, I only killed a few 100,000 of them. That's too shameless. He actually became angry out of embarrassment. In my opinion, this demon ancestor's self-restraint is extremely ordinary. Sui Xiaoyan looked at the primordial fire that was still burning in the distant battlefield. She fell into deep thought. After a long time, she went against her conscience and agreed. Yes, the demon ancestor Luo Ho is too immoral. 2 chapters today. It's been raining for half an afternoon. It's so cool to watch the rain. Especially those who don't have umbrellas. I can't help them from upstairs, so I can only cheer them on. Chapter 1297. That's right. Demon ancestor. He has no demeanor at all. He became anxious after killing a few of his people, Sui Xiaoduo complained. I'll help you beat him up in the future, Sui Xiaoyan snorted. I have to say that there's something wrong with my mentality. Sui Xiaoduo paused and smiled bitterly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for so long, and I've been praised by the people around me for so long that I've become blindly arrogant. I even thought that if the 15 of us joined forces, even if we still can't fight against the demon ancestor, we could at least resist a little and escape unscathed. There's always a chance. But this time, we've only felt a little of his aura. That's a power that's truly unrivaled. The Archean Almighty is truly worthy of his reputation. Sui Xiaoyan looked solemn. It's right to avoid him for now. Then, when you rushed out this time, did you discover the key point of the demon race's plot against Marshal Beigong? Sui Xiaoduo calmed his mind and focused on the fierce battle in front of him again. He said in a low voice, I did discover something. But because of our intervention, their established plan can't be carried out as scheduled for the time being. They can't gather their manpower. The ferocious demon god that fought with me before was a hidden chess piece of the demon race's army. Now that I rushed out and uncovered it, it's bound to be disconnected from the previous coordination. But now that I've retreated, there's a high chance that the ferocious demon god will blend into the chaotic army again and continue with the original plan. The haze over Marshal Beigong's head still hasn't disappeared, which means that they haven't given up. Sui Xiaoyan was eager to try. You rushed out just now. Now, it's my turn to go out and rush out again. You stay here and support. No. Sui Xiaoduo flatly rejected Sui Xiaoyan's suggestion and said in a low voice, the situation now is very different from the ordinary battle formation. If you go out and rush out again, our strength will be exposed too much. Furthermore, the fiend ancestor has already come out. If you go out, I'm afraid you will run into him. It's too dangerous. We'll be hiding near Uncle Beigong. If we can kill 2 or more demon gods in one go, it'll be far more powerful than if we kill 100,000 ordinary demons. Through the exchange just now, I'm confident that as long as we find an opening, it won't be difficult for the 2 of us to kill the demon gods instantly. What you said makes sense. The 2 of them moved stealthily, one on the left and one on the right, lying in ambush behind Beigong Hao. This was something that even Beigong Hao himself did not notice. The demon clan's attack became even more ferocious. It was like a stormy sea, endless and growing fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Bei Gong Hao's strategy was just as clear. Do your best to kill the enemy. If you're injured or not at full strength, retreat immediately. Retreat. There's nothing we can do if they're killed before they can retreat. However, if they're injured and can retreat but are killed instead, we'll cancel the preferential treatment for martyrs who died in battle. This order had greatly reduced the casualties of the Northern Army. Once someone was injured, the other comrades would risk their lives to escort him back. Now, all of the injured had already been evacuated and sent back wave by wave. Bei Gong Hao had already made up his mind. Today, he would have a fierce battle with the demons. He had to give them a good beating and try his best to eliminate as many demons as possible without losing too much of his forces. Only then could he complete the mission of the Allied forces. In other words, this was a battle that the demon clan was determined to win. For the Alliance, this was the final battle in the Sea of Plagues. Wave after wave of wounded officers and soldiers retreated. The reserves and reinforcements took their place and withstood the attacks of the demons. Commander, it's about time. Let's get ready to retreat. The deputy general rushed forward. Bei Gong Hao stood on the high ground and said indifferently, "Wait for the first batch of brothers to retreat, then we'll retreat immediately. It's better to prepare early. Now, there are signs that time is not on my side. If there's any delay, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The morale of the army is the most important. If even I, as the commander, can't hold on and retreat first, how can the morale of the army not be disrupted?" Bei Gong Hao said indifferently, "If the morale of the army is disrupted, it'll be the same as me personally sending these brothers who could have lived to their deaths. As long as I, Bei Gong Hao, am still standing here, even if there's only one person left on the front line, it's still the Northern Army. The Northern Army will still exist. Take the injured and retreat first." Seeing that the deputy general was still trying to persuade him, Bei Gong Hao glared at him. "This is a military order. Carry it out." "Yes." The deputy general saluted, turned around, and quickly retreated with the 1,000 or so injured soldiers who had just retreated. Bei Gong Hao looked at the demon clan army that was still surging forward like a tidal wave. Seeing that the defensive line was in a precarious state and could be broken at any time, he said indifferently, "Order the entire army to retreat." The bugle horn sounded, and the entire Northern Army that was fighting at the front turned around and charged. Bei Gong Hao stood on the high ground, waving his black banner in the wind. He shouted, "Northern Army, retreat! Commander!" Countless Northern Army soldiers shouted in unison as they rushed out like a tidal wave and retreated. Bei Gong Hao was still standing there without moving. Just as he said, as long as he was there, the Northern Army would be there. All the Northern Army soldiers were at peace. The commander was still commanding, and the Northern Army was only retreating strategically. "We haven't lost." Seeing that the Northern Army was retreating, the Demon Clan army's aura became even stronger. Another Demon Clan army of hundreds of thousands took advantage of the situation and attacked from the sky. The Dao League did not set up a no-fly zone here. What a sin! Bei Gong Hao pulled out his long saber and said to the 36 saber guards and 3,000 personal guards beside him, 15 minutes. Bring up the rear for our brothers. Yes. Everyone leaped into the sky. A dazzling saber light that was like a wave of snow instantly filled the entire defensive line. Wherever the saber light passed, blood would be seen everywhere. Within the Demon Clan army, dozens of experts roared and charged forward, intending to resist the Northern Army. This was the strongest and also the last resistance. Bei Gong Hao laughed loudly. His muscular body leaped into the sky. The saber light that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly flashed. The dozen or so sky-grade demon generals in the air were completely unable to resist, and were all cut in half by a single slash. Under the defense of Beigong Hao's 3,000 people, the demon clan army was like a tide that had hit a reef. They could not advance a single step. The northern army's 3,000 people were like a dam that had broken the river. No matter how strong the demon clan army was, they could not advance a single step. In a flash, demon flames suddenly rose. 3 figures flashed in the sky like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 zhang away from Beigong Hao. A saber, a sword, and a mace attacked at the same time. Their target was Beigong Hao. At the same time, 3 spatial cages came down from above. This was the demon clan's true killing move against Beigong Hao. Operation Decapitation. The 3 demon gods attacked together, hoping to kill Beigong Hao in one move. Dense poisonous gas surged in the sky. Beigong Hao's expression froze. He shouted harshly, "Retreat!" The situation changed again. This time, it was a drastic change. But Beigong Hao was still calm. He was confident that he could charge out of the encirclement of the 3 demon gods. He who had been through thousands of battles did not care about such a small scene. Demon clowns, small tricks, not worth laughing at. However, there was another unforeseen event. After the 3 demon gods roared, their bodies suddenly spun, and the demon flame suddenly burst out, causing an unprecedented earthquake. And in that instant, the 3 fiend celestials fused into one. They combined into a gigantic devil god with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 10,000 feet tall. Every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, and he came crashing down. Originally, even if the 3 demon gods worked together, they would only be slightly stronger than Beigong Hao. But in an instant, their strength increased by more than 10 times. Such an increase in strength was more than 10 times what Beigong Hao could bear. Just one hit and it would be fatal. Beigong Hao's expression darkened. Such a change was beyond his imagination. But he still did not panic. Facing such a dangerous situation, panic would only hasten his death. Instead, he fought with all his might. Even if he did not have much confidence, he could still find a way to survive. In the face of death, he would fight for a narrow escape. Just as Beigong Hao decided to fight to the death, another change occurred. "It's been so tiring to wait for you." A ball of fire suddenly appeared. The spearhead was pointed at the towering demon god. Then, a layer of frost spread for tens of thousands of meters. The cold sword light seemed to cut the heaven and earth in half, shining brilliantly. The hissing sound of the ice spirit could destroy one's soul. If it was not Swishaonian, who else could it be? On the other side, Swishiao Duo flashed in front of Beigong Hao like a meteor chasing after the moon. He activated his 9-9 cat hammer with all his strength, and the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer was fully unleashed. With an unparalleled aura that could shatter heaven and earth, he faced the demon god's fatal attack head-on. With a humming sound, the gates of hell opened once again. A black and a white ray of light took the lead to meet the gigantic mace of the 3 great demon gods. Boom! For the first time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire merged with the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer and attacked together. This explosion was so close that it shocked the heavens. The violent sound waves caused the nearby mountains to collapse. Rocks flew thousands of zhang into the air. Even with Beigong Hao's cultivation, he was dizzy from the shock. He could barely stand. But the demon god's attack was blocked by Swishiaoduo's twin hammers. In a flash, Swishaonian came to Beigong Hao's side. She reached out and grabbed Beigong Hao's collar. She shouted, "Uncle Beigong, retreat." Another ball of ice and frost was unleashed, transforming all of the attacking devilish beings into ice sculptures. However, the humans who were still engaged in battle only felt a chill instead of being frozen to death. Instead, they were reinvigorated. In terms of the use of cultivation techniques, Sui Xiaoyan had already reached the level of transformative realm. She was even more powerful than Sui Xiao Duo. Retreat. As the commander of an army, Bei Gonghao was naturally good at seizing opportunities. He made a prompt decision and roared. He led 3,000 bodyguards and 36 saber guardians to retreat without any hesitation. As for Sui Xiao Duo, who received the attack, his body tumbled in the air like a meteor. He was sent tumbling 100 times by this attack, and for a moment, he was unable to control his body and stabilize himself. But the situation of the three demon gods was even worse. Chapter 1298. The combined attack of the three demon gods was extremely powerful. It could instantly increase the combined power of the three by 10 times. It was a complete fusion of the divine souls. Such power was always a one-hit kill. No matter what enemy they faced, they had already tested it many times. The power was so great that even they were shocked by it. At this moment, they had already forced Bei Gonghao into a corner. They were just waiting for a successful attack. Even if Bei Gonghao wanted to counterattack, he would not be able to withstand the power of that attack. However, Sui Xiaoduo's sudden intervention raised the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to its peak. The power of his cultivation had also reached its peak. All kinds of divine techniques merged into one. The madness of the primordial fire was like adding wings to a tiger. The three demon gods did not expect this kid's explosive power to be so much stronger than Bei Gonghao's. It was even more powerful than the combined power of the three demon gods. This was simply unbelievable. In addition, they were caught off guard. After a crazy collision, the combined mental strength of the three demon gods was completely smashed apart. It was as if their bodies were completely torn apart. Bai and Jiuzin and Yang powers instantly rushed out. At the same time that the three demon gods' divine souls were shattered, another wave of soul attack was launched. This directly caused the three demon gods' powers to rebound. Then, the other party's hammer was not exhausted. It smashed over as if the sky was collapsing. After the spiritual power was severed, the fused body was also smashed and split into three independent bodies. Every one of them spat out blood and fell backward weakly. They only felt that their mental strength was in a daze and they had lost the ability to think. Only the ferocious demon god was prepared the moment Sui Xiao Duo appeared. After being smashed apart, it did not resist and flew far away. Kid's assistant. From the demon army, 3 figures shot over. Obviously, they were here to help. The demon ancestors' mental strength was also shaken. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Sui Xiao Duo had already smashed the demon god into pieces and lost consciousness. How could the nearby Sui Xiaoyan miss such a great opportunity to kill the enemy's chieftain? With a stern shout, the spirit-snatching sword instantly turned into a snowstorm, suddenly shattering the entire space. Even 2 of the 3 demon gods had been turned into ice shards. The demon god's tough body was almost defenseless against Sui Xiaoyan's spirit-snatcher sword. It had already turned into a rain of blood. Swish swish. 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, shot out. Bai and Jiu happily rushed into the shattered space. Whoa! It immediately swallowed the souls of the 2 demon gods, and then flew back with a whoosh. What a great tonic. At the same time, the god-slaying spear Yen Shursi in the space of the exterminating void tower suddenly grew bigger. The shining spear tip and half of the spear body had actually taken shape. What a great tonic. Yen Shursi whined greedily. If he could kill a few more of these high-quality ones, it would be too nourishing. You almost made me take shape in an instant that although it was still far from the real god-slaying spear, once it was formed, it would be able to form a complete spear spirit. I know all the methods that the god-slaying spear knows. I can use all of them. I have limitless potential for growth. The Huang's sword and Xiao were flying back and forth. They were a little anxious. There's a big battle outside. Why don't you let us out to fight? What the hell? The Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had succeeded in her attack, did not continue fighting. She quickly tore through the void, grabbed Zhuo Xiao's neck, and disappeared in a flash. The two demon gods vanished into thin air. The third surviving demon god was the ferocious demon god. Because he had fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo before, after taking the blow head-on, he was scared witless and flew several thousand feet away. The Zhuo Xiaoyan only had the time for one blow, so it was too late to deal with him. However, when he saw his two brothers' souls being swallowed in an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A wave of fear surged in his heart, and his body trembled. That was close. Damn it! A series of earth-shattering roars came from behind. The few demon lords and demon gods that came as reinforcements clenched their teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Be it Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer or Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword, even if they killed a demon god without any deliberate pursuit, they would only destroy his physical body. As long as his essence spirit remained, with the fiend ancestor around, he could refine his fiend aura and recover in half a month. However, what were those two black and white beams of light? They were so domineering that they could devour a demon god's essence spirit in a split second. That was too terrifying. That was the soul of a demon god. Although it could not be said to be indestructible, it should not have been so easily killed. Wasn't it too easy to die? In the distance, the god-slaying spear that was flying over like a bolt of lightning clearly sensed the two black and white beams of light. It clearly felt its heart palpitate. Whing! The god-slaying spear actually paused for an inexplicable moment. However, in that instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan tore through the void and vanished without a trace. The god-slaying spear buzzed and vibrated. It was very displeased that it had paused for a moment. It sliced the air into pieces to vent its anger. After a while, it flew back to the fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor had been guarding the rear. When he saw the god-slaying spear fly back, he looked at the god-slaying spear with a puzzled expression that he meant, "What's wrong with you?" There seems to be the aura of an unfamiliar connate spirit root. The god-slaying spear appeared to be a little surprised. The god-slaying spear was familiar with the so-called connate spirit root. They were all old opponents from the primordial era. However, what was up with the two unfamiliar faces here? Therefore, it subconsciously thought about it and made a judgment. With that thought, it slowed down its extreme speed for a moment and missed the enemy. The god-slaying spear also felt embarrassed. Unfamiliar connate spirit root. The fiend ancestor frowned. How can a new connate spirit root appear in this world? It doesn't make sense. The god-slaying spear flashed with a beam of light. It transformed into a picture. In the light was a gourd vine. It has its aura. The fiend ancestor's eyes focused. There's such a thing. The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew back and forth, looking a little frustrated. The fiend ancestor Rahu also frowned. Is it new? Or is it two of the original 7? It's new, and it's a little immature. Immature. The fiend ancestor's eyes widened. Now that the continent had returned and the heavenly secrets were in chaos, the fiend ancestor could not deduce it. He frowned and thought for a long time before muttering, "Could it be? There's a new birth." But The 7 back then had already been plucked. No. That was 7. If we add these two, wouldn't it be 9? SSS. The fiend ancestor gasped as his eyes were filled with shock. 9 is the extreme number. Could it be? 9 is the extreme number. These two have the ability to devour souls, the fiend ancestor asked in a deep voice. No, it's not completely devouring souls. It seems. The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew. After a long time, it said, it seems like heaven and earth's yin and yang. But it's too far away. Heaven and earth's yin and yang. The fiend ancestor's eyes flickered. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking. They're still weak now. If they grow and combine forces, they'll probably be stronger than the other 7, the god-slaying spear added. The fiend ancestor did not reply. The fiend army had reached billions. They were like locusts as they charged towards the tall mountain. After paying hundreds of millions of casualties, the first stage of the fiend invasion was finally successful. The retreating Alliance army looked at the tall mountain behind them that was getting further and further away. Their eyes flashed with deep regret. Although the fiends had come ashore from here, this was the border of the Tao League's continent. The continuous mountain range and steep cliffs could be considered a natural barrier. If the Tao Alliance had constructed the heroic soul barrier here, the demon race would have a hard time breaking through the restricted airspace barrier. If they really wanted to break through this barrier, they would have to take one step at a time. They definitely wouldn't be able to fly up and attack from above like they were doing right now. Even if a few of the higher-ups could break through the restricted airspace, it was only a minority. The threat was relatively limited. At the end of the day, if the fiend ancestor Rahu did not appear, the others would not be a threat. It would be difficult for them to break through. In this way, if the fiend race wanted to break into the Tao League's continent, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay 3 to 5 times the casualties. More likely, this place would become the second Sun-Moon Pass, sealing the fiend race outside the Tao League's continent for a long time. This was because the heroic Soul Pass terrain could not be destroyed. It would give the Alliance army an excellent geographical advantage. Furthermore, if the fiend race's continent returned in a similar direction as the fiend race's continent, and the two continents were connected, the fiend race could even become a barrier for the 3 continents to resist the fiend race. Even if it was only a small part of the barrier, it was still very good. When that happened, it was very likely that they would just sit back and watch the dogs fight each other. However, a mistake on the Tao League side, a little selfishness, and a little arrogance had ruined a good hand of cards. It had destroyed all the good situations. There were now 7 to 8 gaps in the tall mountain. Those were the gaps caused by the destruction of the entire mountain. The natural moat had turned into a smooth road. This was especially so for the Tao League's teams. After recognizing the current situation, their faces were filled with tears. Boundless regret, boundless remorse, boundless grief and grief. The retreat of the army stretched for thousands of miles. It was a spectacular sight. Along the way, countless Tao League citizens looked at the rapidly retreating army in the sky. They were all stunned. Ever since the start of the war, there had been a notice, or rather, there had always been a notice to forcibly migrate. Every day, there would be soldiers mobilizing 7 to 8 times a day. It had been 2 months since then. Although many people had already migrated inland with their families, there were still many people who would rather die than leave. No matter what was said, they would not budge. If they were forced to migrate, they would fight to the death. They would not relent even if they were beaten to death. This is my home. This is my land. This is where my ancestors have lived for generations. I would rather die than leave. Chapter 1299. Alright, now. The sudden retreat of the army and the faintly discernible collapse of the mountain stunned these people who refused to leave. Take us away. Some people began to shout at the sky from the ground. Please, take us away. The wind and clouds surged in the sky. The first wave of the Umno Alliance's army retreated, the second wave of the Astral Soul's army retreated, and the last wave of the Tao League's army retreated, battered and bruised. Wave after wave of people flew away. But no one lowered their heads to look. Pitiful. Pitiful. They were about to become food for the demons, and also fresh human lives. As fellow humans, how could they not feel pity? But, did they deserve pity? No. Pitiful people must have something hateful about them, and they were such hateful and pitiful people. There was a very clear answer to this question. If they stopped now and took the people with them, they would only implicate those who stayed behind and would be torn apart by the demons. And the biggest possibility was that if the army stopped to take these people away, they might have hope in their hearts and wouldn't leave. If the army stayed behind, why should they leave? Taoist Lei closed his eyes and gave the order for the army to retreat at full speed. Then, a deafening wave of curses came from below. High and mighty, shameless people. Living off the people's hard work and enjoying the support of our taxpayers, you want to flee at the last minute. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Is this still our army? Is this still our army? Bah. I'm really blind, I've paid taxes for so many years for nothing. Greedy and cowardly, shameless. The curses echoed for thousands and tens of thousands of miles. The Tao League soldiers who were bathed in blood were all covered in wounds. They kept their mouths shut and retreated with their heads down. Countless people's faces were full of tears. They really did their best. But what else could they do now? Who could they blame? Although the higher-ups made a mistake, the allied forces of the 3 continents, especially the Tao League soldiers, used their lives to buy a buffer of 2 months, enough for everyone to retreat. After 2 months of bloody battles, the Alliance army had suffered tens of millions of casualties. Could it be fake? We risked our lives to buy time for you to retreat. You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave even if I force you with a blade. You say that you want to die here even if you die. Then just stay here. Don't tell me that you want all the soldiers to die here just because you don't want to leave. Your lives are human lives, but aren't the lives of soldiers our lives? Although everyone understood this principle and knew what was right and wrong, the reality was that the army had abandoned the common people. This kind of heavy moral condemnation, even if he knew that the decision to withdraw was the right one, how could he bear it? He had no regrets and a clear conscience. Would he really feel at ease just because he had a dream in the middle of the night? The wind and clouds changed as the army whizzed past, leaving behind a trail of dust on top of the mountain. Demonic flames soared into the sky as countless demons flew up and rushed towards this side. The originally peaceful and tranquil place of residence was about to become a living hell. In fact, all living beings would be exterminated, and not even a blade of grass would grow. Everyone looked at the sky in despair, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a savior to suddenly descend. Until their vision was blocked by the ferocious figures of the demons. When their bodies were cut open, when blood flowed out of their chests, when their loved ones screamed and became food in the mouths of the demons. As they screamed, they were devoured alive. Everyone regretted it. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely migrate back when the first order was given. But life couldn't be repeated. People would only regret at the last moment. But when things came to it, what was the point of regretting at the last moment? It was already too late to regret. For those who retreated, the tens of millions of casualties were considered meaningful. But for those who stayed behind, those who died in battle, they died with their eyes wide open. If you don't leave, then what's the point of the time that we fought so hard for? Heavenly Wolf Pass. Although this pass was much lower than the high mountains of the Plague Coast, it was still a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The high mountains on both sides were like a barrier. The only path was a plain area that was less than 1,000 miles in the middle. During this period of time, countless heroes and seniors of the Tao League stepped forward bravely and sacrificed their own flesh and blood to become the new heroic Soul Pass. The air-restricting domain was also densely set up. Under the leadership of the 12 great shamans, the Umno Alliance's army whizzed past without stopping at all. They respected the army of astral souls, respected them, appreciated them, and even admired them. But they didn't have a good impression of the Tao League at all, let alone respect it. Following that, the army of astral souls also didn't stop at all. They shattered the flowing clouds in the sky and sped away. They had more important missions and their respective defense lines to build. The war had just begun. If they were sad about the sacrifices or the battles that were about to be sacrificed in battle, they didn't need to do anything else. Time wasn't on their side. Zhou Chonglu and the other higher-ups stopped for a while to bid farewell to Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun. It was because they wouldn't meet again in the future, so they bid farewell to these two old friends for the last time. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun would lead the 6 heavenly kings of the Tao League and 20 million soldiers to stay here and fight to the death with the demon race. Everyone knew that these 20 million soldiers would never return to the astral souls alive. This farewell was really the last farewell, the last farewell. Daoist Lei and the others felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. They held their two brothers' hands, and their eyes were red. The 7 swords of the Tao League had reached the peak of the Tao League together. Their friendship lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they shared heaven and earth. Who would have thought that they would have to part today? Indeed, the world was like a game of chess, unpredictable, and the future was unknown. Boss, from now on, the Tao League will be handed over to you. You must do well. Daoist Yun smiled, looking very carefree. Brother. Daoist Lei's voice was trembling. We must try our best to make up for the mistakes we made. Then, let us do it. Boss, the people of the Tao League behind you still need to rely on you to migrate. If there are stubborn people, just let them be. It's important to save ourselves. Those who don't know how to love themselves are asking for death. Don't be wishy-washy. Now is the autumn of war, and the extinction of our race. We've already done our best. I understand. Brothers, it's a bit tacky to meet again, but I still want to say that it's tacky to meet again. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun faced the other 5 swords and bowed. In this life, we've been happy to be together with our brothers. I'm afraid we'll have to leave first. You must take care of yourselves. No, you must take care of yourselves. When they said the last few words, their voices couldn't help but tremble. After tens of thousands of years of brotherhood, today's farewell was more than just sad. Daoist Lei, Daoist Feng, and the others felt their throats clog up. They said hoarsely, "Brother, take care." Daoist Yun smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhou Chonglu. For so many years, although I've always been selfish, in the face of the big picture, I'm not an ignorant person. Even if you ask me today, I still don't regret the selfish things I've done in the past. When I tried to assassinate your son, I was the one who gave the hint. Maybe I was wrong in this matter. However, I know my personality. If I could do it all over again, I'm afraid I'd do it again. Because I'm really jealous of the good and the capable. That's my nature. I don't regret it. Daoist Yun smiled freely. However, I also don't regret staying behind to fight the demons to the death. Minister, although I, Daoist Yun, am a despicable person, I'm still a despicable person. I can't be considered a hero. But today, even if I have to be a hero, I have to be a hero. Zhuo Chonglu pondered for a while and said, you staying behind today is a heroic act. However, I don't have the right to forgive you for your petty mistakes. In short, you and I are friends. I only hope that you live happily and die heroically. Daoist Yun laughed out loud. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to live a happy life, but I can definitely die a heroic death. Zhuo Chonglu also laughed. He cupped his fists and said, after parting today, our friendship and gratitude are gone. If there's a next life, we'll be friends again. We'll be enemies again. Amidst his laughter, Zhuo Chonglu tore open the space with one hand. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The only reason he stayed behind was to bid farewell to her. And in this last period of time, he still wanted to give them some time together. How could Zhuo Chonglu not understand the ways of the world? Therefore, he simply left after saying goodbye. You guys should leave as well. I'm going to organize the army and prepare for battle. Daoist Yun and Daoist Huo hardened their hearts and urged. They knew that if they didn't chase their brothers away, they would be even more reluctant to leave when the demon army attacked. The demon army had the demon ancestor. If things went wrong, the 7 swords of the Dao League would all become history. They might as well just leave the 2 of them and hope that the demon ancestor wouldn't fight personally. This way, the 2 of them and the 20 million soldiers under them could buy as much time as possible for the rear. Brother. Daoist Feng felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Tears flowed out of his eyes. The demon army is about to arrive. Are you sure you want to abandon the big picture and stay here with the 2 of us? Daoist Huo said angrily, if that's the case, then what's the point of us staying behind and dying willingly? Under Daoist Huo and Daoist Yun's urging, the remaining 5 swords of the Dao League left with their army. Daoist Huo and Daoist Huo didn't have time to say anything. They immediately split up and organized the army to prepare for battle. The remaining 20 million soldiers were divided into 3 waves. The first wave quickly filled up the Brave Soul Pass and all the restricted airspace. Before the second and third waves finished organizing, the dark shadows of the demon army had already appeared in the distance. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the earth, pressing towards this side. Chapter 1300. Everyone, get ready. Daoist Yun's roar shook the entire place. Everyone could hear it. He knew that there was a heroic soul pass here, but the demon race didn't know about it yet. The demon race would definitely be caught off guard for a period of time and turn into dumplings. This might be the Dao League's only chance to take advantage of the situation. If he couldn't even take advantage of such an opportunity and missed it, then this commander would really be worse than a pig's brain. As expected. When the demon race's army was 100 miles away, all the demon race's army suddenly fell down neatly like angels with broken wings. When the ones in front fell down, the ones following closely behind naturally noticed that something was wrong. However, the ones behind couldn't notice it at all. As a result, even though the first wave of people saw the first wave of people falling and wanted to stop, they were still pushed into the restricted airspace by the army behind them. Just like the first wave, they fell down with a thud. Just like a bowl, the Devil Race's army, which was in front and behind, fell to the ground in piles. The ground in front of them suddenly flipped over. Countless Dao League's army rushed up like mad tigers. The dense rain of arrows directly covered the sky. Countless axes, blades, and swords. Almost all the weapons that could injure the enemy were thrown by the army of the Tao Alliance with all their might, filling them with vital energy. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the demon race's army that fell to the ground couldn't be seen. Only the weapons that covered the sky could be seen. In an instant, only waves of blood could be seen rising into the sky. The spectacular scene at this moment was simply unbelievable. It was as if a bomb was suddenly thrown into the boundless sea of blood. The demon race's army, including the frontline commanders, never expected that the no-fly zone that they hadn't discovered or appeared for such a long time would suffer such a loss at this moment when everyone was rushing over excitedly. In a moment of haste, something unexpected happened. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed and their blood flowed like a river. And the demon race's army in the sky was still falling down like dumplings. At this moment, more and more commanders were roaring furiously, "Stop! Stop! There's a no-fly zone in front." The demon race's army along the way had already gathered and stopped. But now, billions of soldiers were moving at the same time. How could they be stopped by a single command? The demon race's army at the back was still charging forward. As for the army of Tao Alliance, after throwing out all the hidden weapons that they had prepared, the first group of soldiers of Tao Alliance had already charged into the piles of demons on the ground with weapons in hand. They raised their sabers and slashed down, causing blood to spurt into the sky. When they finally stopped the demon race's army and stopped outside the no-fly zone, the demon race's army had already lost more than 300,000 soldiers. The demon race's armies, and they worse armies were almost completely. The armies into the demon armies, army, The the S armies have. At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, was receiving providence points like a storm every second. However, Sua Xiaoduo didn't keep them. Instead, he put them into the Tower of Annihilation. During the few months he was at the front line, Sua Xiaoduo's heavenly secret orders didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He would give them to anyone he saw, and he would give them to millions of people. In total, he had given out more than 3 billion heavenly secret orders. Now, the providence points that were raining down every day seemed boundless, but in fact, it was less than 1/10 of the number that was given out previously. Sometimes, Sua Xiaoduo would think that a considerable portion of these providence points were probably the life scars left behind by heroes. Although this thought was heavy, it disappeared in a flash. Heavenly secret, fate. Most of them couldn't be changed, or they couldn't be saved in time. This was a war that engulfed the 4 continents and involved hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, it wasn't that the so-called mercy and mercy didn't need to exist, but that they didn't have the time to exist. There was no lack of people who had never experienced war who would scold, "Are you fucking inhumane? Your comrades are dying in front of you one by one, but you're so indifferent. You even want to step on their heads and continue to move forward, dragging their corpses over to block your blade. Doesn't your heart hurt? Are you still human?" In the eyes of the soldiers who had really been to the front line and seen blood and death, the people who said these words were so naive that they should be scolded to the point that their whole family should die. Because on the battlefield, there was no time to cry, let alone pity, let alone grief. Once tears appeared in your eyes, it would cause you to be unable to see the enemy clearly. At this moment, even if it was only for half a second, it was enough to kill you more than 10 times. After the war, you could be sad and reminiscing, no matter what, but during the war, think about it yourself. Just like now. The defense line of the Astral Souls continent was in the White Mountain snowfield. The soldiers of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance continued to strengthen the fortress on the original foundation of the Hero Soul Pass. The heavy snow in the sky was still fluttering and falling in a dense manner. The 8,000-li defensive line of White Mountain was filled with white frost as far as the eye could see. However, everyone knew one thing. Soon, the snow that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years in the White Mountain snowfield would be completely stained red and even melted by the boiling blood. This was going to become a true battlefield. Because behind it was a vast expanse of fertile land, a vast expanse of flat land, and the interior of the Astral Souls continent. If they gave up on this place, or if the defense line was breached by the demon army, there would be no more natural barriers within a radius of 30,000 kilometers of the Astral Souls continent. Although there were mountain peaks and dense forests, there was no geographical barrier that connected them together. Even if they set up defenses, the demon army would be able to easily bypass them. Hence, to the Astral Souls continent, this was already the final defense line. If this defense line was breached, then they would have to defend one city after another in the future. That way, their forces would be unprecedentedly dispersed, and the so-called Allied army would be destroyed in a very short period of time. All the powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above were constantly patrolling the various fortresses. In some of the more spacious areas, they even built new brave soul fortresses. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Zhou Xiaonian, and the others led the 56 juniors of the Umno Alliance into the snowfield and disappeared. What are we doing? Digging. The long underground tunnel that Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian had dug out was once again dug by everyone. However, the movement this time was very different from the last time. Zhou Xiaoduo had dug out all of the mysterious ice underground and stored it in the spatial destruction tower. Next, the 70 people split up into 70 directions and dug around the clock. They dug thousands of meters deep, and then dug out as much as they could until the demon army arrived. Zhou Xiaoduo even planned to dig out half of the mountain in front of them. When Zhou Changlu and the others heard about their movements, they also came over to take a look. After seeing Zhou Xiaoduo's arrangements, Zhou Changlu vaguely guessed the deeper meaning of his actions. Thus, he set up 3 brave soul fortresses on both sides of the mountain and set up a no-fly zone. Of course, there was no need for troops to be stationed here as long as there was a no-fly zone. The non-toxic witch and Zhu Yan volunteered to stay here and set up an ambush. They also placed a large amount of extreme poison in the large holes that they dug. You guys have to take it easy this time. The territory is different now. Don't blow the poison onto our own people's faces when the wind blows, Zhou Changlu reminded them again. The two of them thought about it and didn't act stubbornly. Instead, they changed their established strategy and changed the form of extreme poison into a poison explosion. With just this wave, it won't be a problem to kill hundreds of thousands of demon army soldiers. The Flood Witch checked and said to Zhou Changlu. My prediction is about the same number. But my idea is to gather the higher-ups on our side and go all out to try to replicate the ambush on the Plague Coast. Of course, that's not a problem. There was an opening on the side. All the people of the Tao League passed through in a long line and were led into the interior of the continent of Astral Souls by the Allied forces. However, Daoist Thunder and the others still felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife as they watched the number of people passing through. There were actually so many people who thought that they were lucky. People who said that they would rather die than migrate were everywhere. It wasn't just the Tao League. The dozens of cities in the continent of Astral Souls near White Mountain were also ordered to migrate. There were also many people in the Astral Souls near White Mountain who claimed that they would rather die than migrate. And with regards to this point, even those at the highest level of Astral Souls were helpless against it. It could only be said that at any time, in any era, in any world, Such fools were never in the minority. There were even many scholars who wrote poems to express their heroic feelings. They were impassioned and full of vigor. When the higher-ups heard this, their first thought was to slap these fools to death. You're not even a warrior of the lowest level. How can you be so heroic when you face the demon army? Are you going to stuff them to death with your own flesh and blood? These impassioned words were completely indifferent to the soldiers. With this poem, we will fight to the death. Without this poem, we will also fight to the death. We will be here. To live, we will live and fight here. To die, we will be buried here and sleep forever. It didn't matter. But to the ordinary people, the effect of these powerful poems was unparalleled. They successfully incited the people's determination to fight to the death. Facing this kind of encouragement, it was really tiring. Chapter 1301. Even Yushinchin, who had the best temper among the higher-ups, couldn't help but sigh. Now I really understand what it means to be a useless scholar. It's not just useless. Dragging others down and sending them to their deaths is first class, super top class. All kinds of weirdos sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Especially when a letter was sent to Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo Chonglu flew into a rage. These scholars who wrote poems to encourage the people, after a few days of heroism, most of them joined the migration team and went inland to avoid the disaster. I've done my duty. I'm weak, so I won't stay and cause trouble. People have to know their limits. I use my culture, I use my poems to drum up the fighting spirit. They said so. Zhuo Chonglu fumed with anger and ordered, capture them all and put them to death. Capture one less and bring his head to me. Such a farce actually happened every day. The higher-ups didn't even dare to tell the soldiers. It was really too much to shake the morale of the army. There was actually a bunch of such things that we tried so hard to protect. What the hell? The heavenly king of the right was so angry that his face turned green. He personally led his men to capture them. You encouraged the people and made them fight the immortals and gods. That was a big crime. If they could really stay, it would be fine. But after you sent everyone to their deaths, you actually ran away yourself. Righteous people are usually butchers, but unfaithful people are usually scholars. This sentence was actually so vivid in this war where the demons were pressuring the top and the races were being exterminated. Here, preparations were in full swing. All the troops of the Astral Souls, and even some experts of the Astral Souls gang, were desperately gathering at the White Mountain Range. All the major sects of the Astral Souls had also arrived. Days passed by one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others dug for 10 days. When they were tired, they entered the Tower of Annihilation to rest, and then cultivated for a few months before coming out to dig again. Well, a few months was nothing more than half a night or a few hours in the real world. Time flew by. In the first few days of the Tao League, news could still be sent back. However, after 10 days, all modern communications were completely paralyzed. No news could be sent back. It was not hard to imagine how intense the battle over there was. Fortunately, Elder Wan Minxing extended a helping hand here. He used the grasshopper as a means of communication and acted as a correspondent, allowing the communication to be smooth again. Elder Wan originally didn't want to get involved in the war between the continents. Even though the Devil Ancestor's cultivation was exceedingly high, if Elder Wan decided not to meet him face to face, even the Devil Ancestor couldn't do anything about it. However, the demon race had gone too far. They had devoured the entire area within tens of thousands of miles after the Tao League had retreated. No matter if they were humans or animals, all living creatures were wiped out. Seeing such a tragic scene, Wan Mingxing, who was a good person, could not help but have the impulse to stop the evil and save the common people. However, Elder Wan knew that he was not good at fighting. Although his cultivation was high, his killing intent was not strong. He simply set off for the White Mountain Range. Through Sua Xiaoduo, he contacted Sua Changlu and expressed his intention to do his part for the 3 continents. In this way, the strongest experts of the 3 continents could be said to have united for the first time. The current peak experts were naturally led by the Devil Ancestor. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. Under the Devil Ancestor were the Flood Witch, Sua Changlu, Elder Wan, and Chan Xing. The 4 of them were considered super experts of the same level. In fact, when it came to cultivation, Wan Mingxing's cultivation was above the Flood Witch and Sua Changlu. Chan Xing was more or less the same. However, the 2 of them were not good at fighting. In actual combat, they could not compare to the Flood or Sua Changlu. In other words, the 2 of them were more than enough to defeat the Devil Monarch. However, when it came to facing the Devil Ancestor Luo Ho, it was inevitable that they would die. In any case, the 4 strongest experts in the world besides the Devil Ancestor all stood on the side of the alliance of the 3 continents. This gave everyone more confidence. The people of the Tao League were retreating in large batches every second. Until this day, someone came to report, the Wind and Cloud families have evacuated from the Wind and Cloud plains. They want to go to the inland of the Astral Souls. The generals at the border have let them go. Sua Zhanglu was just about to grunt in acknowledgement when the 5 swords of the Tao Alliance jumped to their feet, their faces flushed red. Especially Taoist Feng, he almost went crazy. His whole face was as red as a monkey's butt. The shame almost overflowed. Everyone was waiting here to fight with their lives. At the moment of the bloody battle, his bloodline family actually turned around and ran away along with so many experts in the family. They fled to the rear. Who told them to retreat? Taoist Feng was furious. Taoist Lei gritted his teeth. They've really disgraced the Tao League. Taoist Feng rushed out and said furiously, I'll kill these little bastards. After being humiliated again and again and being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Taoist Feng was about to break down. The higher-ups made a mistake in their decision. The middle management obeyed in public but opposed in private. Such a low-level mistake like the construction direction of the Brave Soul Pass had occurred, causing tens of millions of soldiers to die in vain because of the mistake they made. Then, at such a critical moment, his family secretly fled in order to drag out an ignoble existence. They were really shameless. Although Taoist Feng was narrow-minded, at such a time, he couldn't go against his conscience no matter what. If he continued to do things against his conscience, his own Tao heart would collapse and his foundation would be destroyed. His heart was really filled with anger and his hair stood on end. Go and get some people to stop him. Sua Changlu hurriedly said, something big is going to happen. At such a critical moment, there can't be any more trouble. Looking at Daoist Feng's crazy appearance, no one doubted what he would do. If he really caught up, it would be easy for him to kill a large number of people from the Feng and Yun clans. It wouldn't be surprising even if their clans were exterminated. Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui sighed and flashed out. In the distance, Taoist Feng's angry roar had already shaken the world. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you have any sense of shame? Run. I'll let you fucking run. 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 That was a hysterical roar. Obviously, Taoist Feng had already made his move and was really going to kill. In the hall, all the higher-ups were silent. Taoist Lei only felt that his face was completely gone, as if he had died tens of millions of times. He lowered his head and didn't say a word for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but really, he had nothing to say. After a long, long time, Taoist Feng was pulled back by Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui, who were almost on fire all over. He sullenly found a chair in the hall and sat down. He just panted and didn't say a word. After a long while, Taoist Feng's face turned even redder. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was exceptionally bright. It was the blood of his heart. Taoist Feng heaved a long sigh. How can I face the word Tao in the Tao League when the descendants of my family are like this? Before he finished his words, he looked even more dispirited. He had reached the extreme. The Flood Witch said coldly, if you have to shoulder the sins of your descendants, then the weeds on your grave would have become a forest. I mean, if your grave hasn't been dug up. Taoist Feng dug his eyes and looked at the Flood Witch. He knew that she was comforting him, but why did her words sound so unpleasant? How did you deal with those little bastards? Asked Taoist Lei. 300 people were slapped to death by me. The descendants are unfilial. Taoist Feng coughed. His anger subsided gradually, and instead, he felt a bit regretful. You didn't deal with them well. Why didn't you put them on the battlefield? That would be more meaningful and effective. How could I think of anything else just now? I've lost so much face that I don't want to live anymore. Ah. He gave a long sigh, with all kinds of indescribable feelings. Taoist Shui was the last one to come back. He said slowly, I've already sent the children under 15 years old and some female warriors under the level of cloud into the pass. Taoist Feng was enraged. He slapped on the table and yelled, why? The others are fighting. Why should they go to the rear? Why did you do that? I can't afford to lose face like this. Taoist Shui said blandly, why are you yelling? If you really don't want to, you can catch all the babies of your family and throw them into the mouths of the evil army when they arrive. Those who are powerful enough to kill enemies want to run away, of course, we won't let them. But those women and children who can't kill enemies, isn't it right for them to go to the rear? If the ordinary people can leave, why can't the weak in our family? Just because you're the leader of the Tao League, they can only fight to the death here. Even if they don't have cultivation, they still have to die. Are they rushing to their deaths? What kind of logic is this? Taoist Feng paused and said angrily, Alright, that's it. Zhuo Chonglu made the final decision, look at the situation now. What's the point of getting entangled in these trivial matters? Let's continue the meeting and discuss how to deal with the enemy. According to the news from Wan Mingxing, Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun of the Tao League were in a precarious situation. It was hard for them to continue. The 20 million soldiers who built the defense line and the civil armed forces of the Tao League added up to about 23 million soldiers. After 12 days of fierce fighting, there were less than 7 million soldiers left. Most of them were injured and couldn't fight at their full strength. Of the 6 heavenly kings left, 3 had died in the battle. More than half of the 20-odd marshals and vice-marshals had died in the battle. Even Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun were severely injured. They were barely holding on with their cultivation base. If it weren't for the sky-mending stone that's what Chonglu gave them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Especially when the Tao League's people sacrificed themselves at the last moment, the evil army actually formed a similar team and responded with the same extreme method. In this way, the casualties of both sides returned to the same level. Chapter 1302. Self-detonation had always been used by the weaker side as a last resort against a strong enemy. The demons clearly had the advantage in terms of military strength, overall strength, and other aspects. However, they followed the example of the Tao League and self-detonated at every turn. The defenders of the Tao League were caught off guard and unable to defend themselves. Faced with such a heavy attack, how could the celestial Wolf Mountain not be in danger? It could really be lost at any time. Daoist had already sent a messenger over and was rushing over. At most, we can only hold on for 3 more days. I'm ashamed that I can't complete the 1-month mission. It's a pity that I can't exterminate the demons in this lifetime. These were Daoist's original words. It was also his will, his final farewell. There was no anger or despair. It was very calm and there was no concern for the safety of his brothers here. It was just a plain and straightforward notification. 3 days. At most, we won't be able to hold on for 3 more days. Prepare yourselves, on the other side of the celestial Wolf Mountain. Daoist stood in front of the pass and watched the fierce battle outside. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, corpses had already piled up very, very thick. There were Tao League warriors and demon warriors. The smell of blood filled the air. On the other side, a huge fire had already started to burn the corpses. However, the demons didn't care about corpses or plagues. Almost all the corpses that landed on the demon's side had been eaten. It was only because they were fighting on the battlefield that they didn't have time to eat. Otherwise, Daoist looked at the smoke in front of him and asked softly, "How many people have not retreated from the continent behind us?" Roughly estimating, there are about 700 to 800 million people who haven't retreated. Over here, the battle is still ongoing. There are countless people who have stayed behind and are sending resources to the front lines to reward the army. A heavenly king behind him lowered his head. His face was filled with indescribable complexity. In reality, those who hadn't left weren't just 700 to 800 million. This number was far more than that. Reward the army. Daoist revealed a mocking smile. Rewarding the army was once an exceptionally honorable act. Especially rewarding the army who had personally gone to the battlefield, it showed even more camaraderie. However, rewarding the army in this era had long lost its original meaning. If it was an ancient war, there would be no such thing as flying in the sky or burrowing into the ground, and there would be no such thing as a space ring. Rewarding the army would naturally be very meaningful, and would be able to stimulate the morale of the soldiers. However, it was now the peak of martial arts, and everyone who participated in the war was a cultivator, a warrior who had entered the way. Why would they need ordinary people to reward them? Even if they sent food or whatever, it was useless. The Jade of Astral Souls was used by high-level martial artists for cultivation. High-grade Jade of Astral Souls was just the beginning, but for ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts, a low-grade Jade of Astral Souls was not only a family heirloom, but also a treasure to show off the family's wealth. This difference had long surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people. The so-called reward for the army is just these ordinary people trying to find some comfort for themselves. They don't want to leave, they don't want to give up anything, but they want to use this method to lock the soldiers on the moral high ground and force them to fight to the death. Daoist was experienced in the ways of the world and his heart was as clear as a mirror at this moment. What he thought and said were the thoughts of those who didn't leave. If I want to leave, I can leave even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, and billions of lives are waiting to be slaughtered. If I want to stay, I can stay even if there's no one behind me. Using this little trick on me is simply a joke. A heavenly king beside him had cracked lips and begged, "Elder Ancestor, please leave with Elder Yun. If we stay here, the war will continue. For the foundation of our Tao League, I beg you, Elder Ancestor, please leave." All the soldiers knelt down at the same time. "Elder Ancestor, please leave. I beg you. For the sake of the Tao League." The Tao League Heavenly King's words made sense. The Tao League's 7 swords were the pinnacle of the Tao League, the pillars that supported the heavens, and the gathering of the Tao League's fate. Even if too many of the other members of the Tao League died, as long as the Tao League's 7 swords were still around, the fate of the Tao League would be complete. However, once one of the 7 swords died, the fate of the Tao League would no longer be complete. If both Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun died in this battle, the fate of the Tao League would definitely be weakened. How could it survive this apocalyptic catastrophe? Leave. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun chuckled. The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled. Leave, we can leave any time. However, once we lose our face, the 7 of us won't be able to raise our heads again in this lifetime. The 2 of them were full of kindness as they looked at the smoke in front of them. Yun, back then, when you plotted against Sua Xiao Duo, have you ever felt ashamed? Have you ever regretted it? Not at all. Daoist Yun smiled calmly. After all, I've never admitted that it's better to be known by others than to be seen by others. That was until that day when I told Sua Changchang. However, at that time, Sua Changchang couldn't hit me anymore. Hee hee. Hee hee, narrow-minded. Yes, I'm short-sighted. This problem of being jealous of talents seems to have been brought from birth. I really can't do anything about it. Daoist Yun smiled and said, however, I didn't go too far. Now that I think about it, I should be thankful. I should be thankful that I hesitated at that time. Daoist Hua smiled. You're right. Back then, we only lost a few fairies. Against Sua Changchang's son, even if you, He Feng, personally took action, it might not be safe. However, I still did it in the end. It doesn't matter who did it. Daoist Yun sighed softly. Hesitation is one thing. However, back then, I really didn't want that kid to live. He said with a heavy tone, this is the truth. I understand. I completely understand. Daoist Hua smiled warmly. Daoist Yun smiled bitterly. However, when I say that I'm thankful, I'm also telling the truth. If I had really succeeded back then, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have to fight today. Daoist Hua fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he said indifferently, if I had succeeded back then. Even if we fought today, I'm afraid you might not have been able to participate. Or perhaps, the demons wouldn't have had to put in so much effort. Daoist Yun coughed violently and smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's because I'm at death's door that I keep thinking about the past. I've actually done a lot of wrong things in this life. Daoist Yun said, since young, I've been narrow-minded and competitive. I've been short-sighted and only looked at what's in front of me. I've been selfish and thought that doing my best for the Tao League was the most noble thing in the world. I've let go of small mistakes for the sake of the greater good. Now that I think about it, my life has been full of small mistakes. Everything is ironic and ridiculous. Daoist Hua looked into the distance in a daze and said as if he was dreaming, I wonder if demon ancestor Rahu will have a day like us. Will he also feel that? His life is actually very ridiculous. After a long while, the 2 of them didn't speak and looked at each other in silence. The sky darkened bit by bit. The demons had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time for them to overcome this obstacle. At most, they would break through in 3 days. The wind whistled. The brothers of tens of thousands of years looked at each other and smiled. You first, or me first? I'll go first. Remember to wait for me. Take care. Definitely. The tragic final battle finally began. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun led the remaining 6 million Tao League soldiers and decided to fight with their lives on the line. In the following 3 days and 3 nights, they didn't even stop for a second. The demons had already seen the dawn of victory. they wouldn't slack off at all. They pressed forward with all their forces, only wanting to take down Celestial Wolf Mountain in one go. The demons that covered the entire mountain broke through from many directions and surrounded the Tao League's army from all sides. Yes, at this time, many demons had already invaded the interior. Demonic clouds billowed and smoke filled the sky. Screams and curses sounded one after another and disappeared one after another. Late at night on the third day, Daoist Yun fought with his sword and shouted loudly. He didn't have the demeanor of a Daoist expert. Instead, he was more like a demon god that had descended to the world. There was no one around him. The Tao League's army had already been wiped out. The 3 heavenly kings had also died from self-detonation. Daoist Yun was the only one left fighting with his life. His sword flashed and swept back, carving out a bloody path in the dense demon army. However, it was filled by even more demons. Countless experts of the demon clan charged back and forth, one after another. Although Daoist Yun was a giant of the current era, he was at the peak of the world. However, there was a limit to one's strength. Chapter 1303. With another loud bang, Daoist Yun turned into a mushroom cloud. With him as the core, tens of thousands of demons were turned into dust. He was truly at the end of his rope. Even if he self-destructed, he could not unleash too much power. With the sound of his self-destruction, the space paused for a moment. In the next moment, the demon army cheered excitedly and passed through the battlefield. At this moment, not only did they kill a top powerhouse of the 3 continents, but they also officially conquered Celestial Wolf Pass. From now on, there were no more obstacles in their way to invade the Tao League. Countless demons were like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. With infinite destructive power, they surged into the interior of the Tao League continent. Hell on earth opened. Celestial Wolf Mountain fell. On the White Mountain range. Daoist Lei and the others did not see or hear the moment Daoist Yun and Daoist Yun died. After all, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other. However, when the 2 died one after another, the 5 of them trembled and burst into tears. In the dark, only the 5 of them could vaguely feel that 2 people were smiling and looking at them. Then, they waved goodbye. "Boss, brothers, we're leaving." The 5 of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife. "Brothers." The 5 of them bowed at the same time. Tears splattered on the ground. "Have a safe journey. Don't go too far. Wait for me." When they straightened up again, their fighting spirit was already soaring. "I'm right here. If I can't kill the demon ancestor, I'll fight until I die." The demon army that drove straight into the Tao League continent flew freely, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their demonic traces wreaked havoc, and the disaster was boundless. The citizens of the Tao League who refused to leave no matter what did not survive. However, there were very few who could escape from the demonic claws. It was truly a disaster. Just as Elder Wan said, wherever the demon army passed, there were no humans or animals, and all signs of life were wiped out. Whether it was domestic animals, demon beasts, star beasts, or humans. Even the citizens who hid underground and in the mountains were mostly dug out and eaten. The low-level demons of the devil race were all very satisfied. Compared with the abundance of materials in the 3 continents, the life of the middle and lower levels of the demon race was extremely difficult. It should be known that the demon race had to take the initiative to separate from the continent after a decisive battle. After so many years, the few resources on the continent had long been exhausted and were close to exhaustion, especially the cultivation materials, which were close to extinction. If they couldn't come back, all the demons at the bottom of the demon continent would starve to death or be eaten by their own kind in 100 to 200 years. That if not for this, as long as the devil race had a way out, how could they be so valiant? It was precisely because they understood that fighting bravely meant death, self-detonating meant death, and retreating meant death. If they couldn't conquer the continent in front of them, the only fate that awaited them was to be devoured by the other demons. Only by fighting with all their lives would they have a chance of survival. Even though they were attacked by the elites of the 3 continents' allied forces as soon as they arrived, even though there was a clear difference in their strategies and tactics, the devil race was still fearless. They fought with their lives, learned, and mastered all the combat methods of the 3 continents' armies. It was also because of this that they were able to overcome 2 major obstacles consecutively in such a short period of time. The Tao League wasn't the only one who brought this upon themselves. Now that they had returned, they even broke through the Tao League's defense line and invaded the continent. Every demon felt like they had entered a treasure mountain. They ate with all their might, snatched with all their might, and killed with all their might. They even stuffed many plants into their mouths to taste. The countless wild beasts, spirit beasts, and demon beasts in the Tao League's mountains. To the devil race, they were unparalleled delicacies that they had never seen before. Even if they were eaten raw, it was already a delicacy that many low-level demons had never tasted in their entire lives. Not to mention the humans. Those were the most delicious delicacies on the devil race's menu that had been passed down since ancient times. They were the most precious delicacies. On the Tao League side of the continent, the people who remained indifferent and steadfast despite thousands of mobilizations were now a bunch of stray dogs. They panicked and wanted nothing more than to kick the back of their heads and run further inland. However, most of them were ordinary people. Even if they had some cultivation, the highest was only a martial master innate. They didn't even have many Dan essence cultivators. How could they escape the pursuit of billions of demons? For a moment, the devil race was burning, and the flames of disaster were burning the plains. If it was peacetime, it would be fine if they were a little stupid. At most, they would lose some property. However, in this cruel atmosphere of war, stupidity was the price of their lives. It was the greatest sin. On the Tao League's mainland, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The land was barren for thousands of miles. Humans and animals were extinct. The devil race's army roared and swept past. They continued to advance inland and continued their feast. Along the way, there was blood everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Later on, the devil race's residents also began to step onto the Tao League's land. They experienced the beauty of the legends and received the legacy of the people of the Tao League. The demon ancestor, Rahu, used his powers to connect the 2 continents. He also continuously channeled the vitality of the Tao League's mainland to the devil race's mainland. This method alone was a bit like stealing the sky and swapping the sun, draining the pond to catch the fish. However, the demon continent before was really too barren. It drifted in the starry sky, and even meteors did not land on this barren continent. Now that it had returned, the various meteors in the sky had a new place to land. Naturally, they all landed on the devil race's mainland. At this rate, it would only take 500 to 1,000 years for the mainland's foundation to be formed again. However, the demon race had never been a race that was willing to wait and make painstaking efforts. Not to mention the many Tao League cities that had been conquered. There were ready-made houses everywhere. Yes, most of them were empty. It was more convenient than carrying a bag and moving in. As for the few places that still had people living there, they were even better places. Not only did they have houses to live in, but they also had delicious food. All of this could not be more convenient for the devil race. As the devil race continued to advance, the land in front of them became desolate again. Then, there were cities and forests. As they continued to advance, finally, the weather slowly turned cold. It was not a change in the weather. Instead, it was because the Devil Army had reached the area near White Mountain. In other words, the Devil Army had reached the northernmost position of the Astral Soul's mainland. As the Devil Race's vanguard crashed into the snowstorm, more and more of them followed. The black mass of the Devil Army continued to press forward. The siren sounded in a heart-wrenching manner. It pierced through the snowstorm, one station after another, and reached the peak of White Mountain. "They're so fast." Wu Yuting took a deep breath. Her gaze was solemn. She turned her head and said, "Where's Xiao Duo and the others? Don't worry about your son. That kid has been holding back for a long time. He dug a big hole for the Devil Race." Zhuo Chonglu pursed his lips. "Dug a hole? Where did he go? Didn't I say?" "He dug a big hole for the Devil Race. Naturally, he's in the hole he dug. Will he be in danger? You still don't know that kid. He cherishes his life the most. There won't be any accidents. Their team of 15 people is a little weak in our eyes. In fact, each of them has reached the level of Dongfang Nangong and the others. As for Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo, they have surpassed Xiao Hu and Yun Duo. They have reached the level of Xiao Yu, Zhuo Chonglu said, "If the 15 of them join forces, nothing will happen unless the Devil Ancestor personally attacks. Be careful. It's better to be cautious." Wu Yuting took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo. "You too." Sigh. She wanted to say something, but she did not. However, the couple's faces were already flushed red. The two of them were old cultivators. The matter of their cultivation being caught up by their junior brother really made them lose face. "You too. It's good that you gave birth to one. Not only did you not even lay an egg, but your only decent cultivation has also been caught up with. How can I and your master face the two of you?" Wu Yuting finally said it after a long silence. Bai Yun Duo lowered her head and blushed. Yu Dongtian, who had been harboring evil intentions for a long time, suddenly became excited when he heard this. He laughed and said, "That's right. Since your main accounts are useless, you can give birth to a second account to continue. But you didn't even create a second account. Get lost." Zhuo Chonglu kicked Yu Dongtian out. "You talk too much." Bai Yun Duo lowered her head for a long time. In terms of cultivation, it was even more dense than the average beginner's Zenith Heavenly Realm. However, without that kind of comprehension, they could not break through. In this delicate moment where one step forward was indestructible and one step backward was beyond redemption, outsiders really had no way to do anything. Chapter 1304. It wasn't rare for someone to be stuck at a bottleneck for tens of thousands of years without being able to break through until they died. At least, Zhuo Zhonglu himself had seen several such people. Now that it was his disciple's turn, he felt helpless and powerless. As he thought about it, he suddenly had an idea. Wu Yuting said excitedly, "Wait for me. Maybe I have a way. If there is a way, we can't miss it. Let's give it a try." Before she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo looked at each other. At this moment, even Zhuo Chonglu was a little confused. If he couldn't do anything about it, how could Wu Yuting have a good idea? Zhuo Xiao Duo was pestering Zhuo Xiaonian shamelessly. "We haven't practiced together for a long time. Let's practice together. Nian Nian, kitty, Nian Nian, kitty. Wife, wife. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him away firmly. Stay away from me. Just once. Zhuo Xiaoduo swore solemnly. Ha! Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry when she heard this. Last time, she couldn't stand his pleading and agreed to do it just once. In the end, it took her more than 20 hours. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo's reputation in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes had long been ruined. It had become an infinitely negative number. Especially after the speed of duo cultivation had become relatively slow, Zhuo Xiaoyan had become particularly diligent in practicing by herself. If the speed of self-cultivation was fast enough, who would practice duo cultivation? The whole time, she meditated seriously, practiced, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, treasures of heaven and earth, and practiced with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo persuaded Zhuo Xiaoyan under the guise of practicing. Zhuo Xiaoyan was using the excuse of practicing to avoid Zhuo Xiaoduo. In all fairness, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not object to the normal love between husband and wife. However, when things came to a head, she could not bear the reality, which made her flinch and keep quiet out of fear. He was scared and however, Zhuo Xiaoduo, a young man, was so excited that he didn't know how to control himself. As for Zhuo Xiaoyan, once, Zhuo Xiaoyan had a private conversation with Xiang Bing and asked her about it. Xiang Bing was also distressed. Swollen, ever since I drank the wine that boss gave me last time, it suddenly became unbearable. You didn't drink? Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and asked. I drank it too. Xiang Bing stammered. But it's too frequent. I can't stand it. There are so many variations. It's a good thing to increase one's cultivation, but it doesn't sound good to increase one's cultivation like this. This sentence made Zhuo Xiaoyan feel the same way. Zhan Xuejuan, Yu Yan Dugu Yan and Wanli Xiu were all distressed. When they gathered together, they would try to persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan. Sister-in-law. Boss, the wine. Let's stop for a while. Don't make so much wine. What about Zhuo Xiaoyan? Zhuo Xiaoyan was also helpless. She could persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo to do anything. Even if she did not want him to sleep in the study, he would occasionally agree. However, if she did not let him make wine, it would be like asking for Zhuo Xiaoduo's life. No way. Everything is for the mainland. Everything is for the people of the world. Everything is for. Every time this happened, Zhuo Xiaoyan would cover her ears and run away. Now Zhuo Xiaoduo came to pester her again after he finished practicing. Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to waver. While the two were still pestering each other, Wu Yuting descended from the sky. Mom, why are you here? Mom, please talk to the dog. He's getting more and more out of hand. Wu Yuting was very anxious now. She was not interested in resolving their dispute. She said directly, well, water and fire don't mix. Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately blushed. She stomped her feet and twisted her waist. Mom! What are you talking about? Wu Yuting coughed. I'm not talking about the two of you. Give me a few jars of wine. I'll help your brother and sister-in-law improve their cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was reluctant to part with the wine. The wine was good stuff, so he asked carefully, how much do you want? I don't have much. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. You've been selling wine here for decades. How dare you say you don't have any? How dare you say that? Hurry up. Hurry up. Wu Yuting stretched out her hand. 4 jars. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked pained. Why do you want so much? Hurry up. If you say one more word, I'll beat you up 8 times. Whoosh. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately took out 4 jars of wine and said flatteringly, "Mom, you misunderstood. I mean, are 4 jars enough? Do you want a few more jars?" Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. She was not interested in teaching this guy a lesson or paying attention to him. She turned her wrist, put away the wine, and flew away. Sigh. You only know how to exploit me. Zhou Xiaoduo looked resentful. It's not easy for me to make some wine. It turned out that this guy had used up the 1,000 jars given by the Fire Witch after cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for many years. Now, the wine in his hand was made according to the secret method given by the Fire Witch. If he did not make so much wine, he would not give it away. Wu Yuding quietly appeared in front of Bai Yunduo and handed her a space ring. Then, she began to whisper into Bai Yunduo's ear. In just a few words, Bai Yunduo's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. This time, even her ears were red. Have you memorized it? Yes. Yes. Have you memorized the cultivation method? Yes. Yes. Bai Yunduo's voice was like a mosquito, almost inaudible. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink. Don't come out until you finish drinking. This is an order from your master's wife. Today, you can't succeed. No. No. Bai Yunduo lowered her head. Her face was red all the way to her chest. She did not dare to say anything. She pulled Yun Zhonghu and ran away as if they were running for their lives. As they ran, Yun Zhonghu's puzzled voice could be heard in the wind and snow. Drink? Why are we drinking at this time? Zhou Chonglu coughed and looked up at the sky. He seemed to be very deep in thought. Of course, he knew what his wife meant, her movements, and all the causes and effects. But what could he do? It was not good to pretend that he did not know, so he could only pretend to be deep in thought. That kind of thing was really mostly due to fate. The two of them had Xiao Duo, and 99% of it was because of the mortal dust transformation. Among the older generation of cultivators, there were very few who had the luck of Yu Xingqian or Wu Yuding's father, who had children at an early age. This wine could help Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo break through their bottlenecks. It was the best thing. Yu Dongtian looked back in the direction the two of them had left. He walked over sneakily and pretended to be chatting casually. They went to drink. They actually went to drink at this time. Get lost. Wu Yuding sent him flying with a slap. You're a useless bachelor who can't even get a wife. How dare you mock a loving couple? In an instant, Yu Dongtian was hit both physically and mentally. He felt that his young heart had suffered great damage. He turned back and went to find Mu Yanyan before the battle started. Useless. Wu Yuding said bitterly. Every day, except for passing the buck and using your brain, you're just a blockhead. So many people say that you're good at playing tricks. Don't you know that people who play tricks have dirty hearts? Mu Yanyan's cultivation had improved rapidly during this period. Yu Dongtian was afraid that she would die in the battle. Not only did he instill cultivation into her from time to time to improve her combat strength, but he also asked his father to help instill cultivation into her. Of course, he was using Lon Lon as a cover to deceive others. Mu Yanyan and Lanlan's cultivation strength had been forcibly raised to the level of Dao integration, and now they were infinitely close to the peak of Dao integration. Such cultivation strength couldn't even be ranked in the top 10,000 among the masters. But in the 3 continents, except for Zhou Xiaoduo's team, no one could compare with their cultivation speed. At least in a normal battle atmosphere, the danger was not very great. At this moment, Mu Yanyan was cultivating with Lon Lon as usual. They continued to improve while chatting. I don't know how Miss is now. Lon Lon was very worried. Miss? Mu Yanyan was stunned. Mu Yanyan later found out about He Yuanyue's identity. Not to mention others, just Sui Xiaoyan had told her countless times. But the matter of the red spider lily was very important. Neither Sui Xiaoyan nor Lon Lon told her. It's like this. Lon Lon explained, and then she was a little fascinated. Miss should have been born by now. I really want to go back and see her, and hug her again. Mu Yanyan sighed and said, even if she really reincarnates, there's a 99% chance that she won't recognize you, right? A child's body, whether physical or mental, is not enough to bear the memory of the previous life. If you force it to be activated, there will be no harm. Don't believe in those stories. It's all nonsense. That's true. But even if she grows up, if the memory of the previous life is activated, it's also a problem. There will be a moral conflict. Lon Lon was really melancholy about He Yuanyue. Don't think too much. Mu Yanyan said, everyone's life is their own. With time, everything will become natural. No matter what the problem is, let nature take its course. There will be corresponding solutions, and there will be ways to overcome them. And these are things that outsiders can't interfere with. Forcibly interfering will often make things more uncontrollable. There are many good intentions that do bad things. The only thing we can do is to give them our blessings. Or when they really can't solve it, we can help them from the side. Don't do too much. You're right. But I can't let go. I'm always thinking about her. I just want to see her happy with my own eyes. Sister Lon sighed deeply. We've been sisters for decades. I really can't forget her. On one hand, I hope that she doesn't need to know me and can live a peaceful life. On the other hand, I especially hope that she can recover her memory and make up for the regret of being alone with Qin Fangyang in her previous life. This feeling is really contradictory. Sometimes, it's so contradictory that even I can't understand it. Humans are inherently contradictory existences. Mu Yanyan sighed. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Is Miss Mu here? Hearing this voice, Mu Yanyan's face darkened. Lanlan's worry disappeared. She laughed out loud. Heavenly King Yu is here. Mu Yanyan showed a hopeless expression that it's not that Mu Yanyan didn't want to give him a chance. It's the way you Dongtian Wood girls that it was full of uniqueness and weirdness. And also a little sad. Chapter 1305. Amidst his hearty laughter, Heavenly King Yu strode in. What a coincidence. It's rare to see you at home. Oh, Miss Lon is here too. Nice to meet you. Mu Yanyan said weakly, I'm always at home. What's so rare about that? Sigh. It's rare to see you every time. Yu Dongtian waved his hand and asked carefully, I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you remembered anything? Mu Yanyan's face turned ashen instantly. Her eyes stared blankly. And her lips started to tremble. You haven't remembered. It's okay. Yu Dongtian smiled. I brought a new disc today. Mu Yanyan sat on the chair weakly. She couldn't care less about her manners. Every time Yu Dongtian came, other than dragging her to watch a disc, there was nothing else. Such a weird way of wooing a girl. It was still fresh once or twice, but it was fine if it happened 3 or 4 times. But he kept doing it, and there was nothing she could do about it. At least now, Mu Yanyan had the urge to die. It was a complicated feeling that she couldn't describe. Anger, shame, inferiority, pity, heartache, disappointment. Mu Yanyan didn't even know what she was feeling. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was talking to himself. He turned on the machine and placed the disc in. He sighed. This is the recording of my wedding. Come, let's take a look. It was so lively back then. Maybe you can remember something. I was so young and energetic back then. Mu Yanyan sighed deeply and said softly, Heavenly King Yu, I've said it time and time again. I'm not Nian Fanghua. I'm really not your wife in your previous life. I've said this too many times. Or rather, how many times do you need me to say it? I really don't want to be your wife's replacement. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mu Yanyan's words were not polite at all. It was as if she was asking, Lord King of Zwolu, do you understand human language? Can you stop pestering me? It's nothing, it's nothing. I just came over to watch a movie with you. Haha, come, look, it's starting. Look. Look. Yu Dongtian's face stiffened for a moment, then he smiled as if nothing had happened. As the image appeared on the screen, the hope in his eyes suddenly began to shine. Miss Mu, you see. At that time. Mu Yanyan looked dull. His eyes were lifeless. He was in a daze. There was nothing left to live for. Can you let me go? It was too torturous. As the recording continued, the cheers were deafening. A beautiful woman with a shy smile on her face looked lovingly at Yu Dongtian, who was dressed as a groom, in front of her. Her eyes were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Everyone around her, including Chong Kong and Chong Kong, had become her foil. This beautiful woman was the only main character on the screen. Such peerless beauty, so unparalleled in the world. Every time her gaze landed on this woman's face, Mu Yanyan indeed felt that she was looking into a mirror. The Nian Fanghua on the screen was at least 85% similar to herself. Even her temperament and charm were 90% similar. Even if they were twins, it was rare for them to be so similar. Or it should be said that there was almost no difference between the two. The only obvious difference was Nian Fenghua's superior demeanor. That was the peerless demeanor of commanding thousands of troops and horses, standing proudly at the top of the world. Other than that, everything else was cast from the same mold. The more she watched, the more Mu Yanyan understood why Yu Dongtian pestered her and refused to leave. But at the same time, the more she watched, the more uncomfortable she felt. Because Yu Dongtian's deep love was not because of Mu Yanyan. It was because of Nian Fanghua. This was extremely unfair to Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan had protested many times, but every time she could not help but watch with Yu Dongtian. The more she watched, the more her heart ached. Her heart ached for this infatuated man. At the same time, she envied that peerless beauty. The disappointment in her heart could be imagined, especially obvious. Especially, every time she saw some memorable scenes, Yu Dongtian would always ask hopefully, "You remember?" At that time, Mu Yanyan had even hoped that if she was really Nian Fanghua, she would not have to experience this awkwardness and enjoy this man's gentleness. But, as she was not, after all, she was not. On the screen, the sound of gongs, drums, firecrackers, and the newlyweds bowed to the heavens and earth. Yu Dongtian's eyes shone, eagerly and carefully expectantly, "Fanghua. You remember? Back then, the two of us." Tears streamed down Mu Yanyan's beautiful face. She painfully shook her head, "Heavenly King. I'm really not. Don't worry, let's continue watching. Your memory will definitely recover." Yu Dongtian would not give up at all. He had tried many times, and it did not matter if he tried again. As long as he did not give up, there would definitely be a day when his dream would come true. No one was more certain than him that Mu Yanyan was definitely the reincarnation of Nian Fanghua. Appearance, temperament, charm. It was exactly the same, and she often had that strange nightmare of self-explosion. If it was not my Fanghua, who could it be? There were many similar people in the world, but they could not be similar to this extent, right? I've only seen this one in 7,000 years. Besides, Mu Yanyan was not young anymore, but she had never gotten married. She did not even have the thought of looking for a partner. Wasn't this also a freak? Or should it be said? In her subconscious, she did not want to marry someone else. Although she did not know it herself, but she had been lonely until now. This must be my Fanghua. This was Yu Dongtian's persistence, and Yu Dongtian's only hope now. For this hope, Yu Dongtian had waited for 7,000 years. Since Mu Yanyan appeared in front of him, Yu Dongtian's entire person had changed. He was like a person who was about to drown, and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, and refused to let go. This is my Fanghua. My Fanghua has come back to find me. How could Yu Dongtian not know that what he had done was extremely absurd? Especially to Mu Yanyan, it was not only unfair, but also a kind of humiliation, an insult. But Yu Dongtian had no other choice. He could only hope that Mu Yanyan could recover Nian Fanghua's memory one day. At that time, perhaps Mu Yanyan would not feel that it was unfair. Especially, there was a clear example. White-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru and frenzied blade General Tai Mingru. That was the pair that Yu Dongtian envied the most. Recover your memory, Fanghua. Even if it was only for a moment. Even if it was only for a moment, I have already waited for too long. The video continued to play. The scene of the wedding, the scene of the expedition, the scene of the battle, the shock of the army, the elegance of the white-robed sword testing the world. Yu Dongtian watched attentively as always. Every time he asked, he was so careful. Filled with wholehearted expectation, worried about personal gains and losses. Fanghua. Why can't you recover your memory? The Devil Clan has already come. The tragic war is about to begin. I really don't have the confidence to survive with you. I really hope that you can recover a little bit of your memory. I don't ask for much, even if you only recover for a minute. Just tell me, one sentence will do. After a long time. Mu Yanyan still did not recover any memory. It's okay, next time, we have plenty of time. Yu Dongtian forced a very ugly smile, hiding the despondency in his heart, and got up to leave. His tall figure walked out of the door, his long shadow dragging on the ground, like a dead snake, full of powerlessness and decadence, as if he was carrying the loneliness of the whole world. Mu Yanyan sat on the chair in a daze, only feeling that her whole body, including her soul, had been hollowed out, and her whole person had become an empty shell. Only tears kept flowing down. I really tried to remember, but I really don't have those memories. Lon Lon floated out of her room, holding Mu Yanyan in her arms, gently patting her back, sighing silently. After a long time. Mu Yanyan suddenly leaned on Lanlan's shoulder and cried. I really hope that I am Nian Fanghua. But I don't have those memories. What should I do? What should I do? I've been dreaming for several days. I dreamed that I was a woman like the god of war, and at the last moment, in order to protect my comrades who were in a desperate situation, I self-destructed and died. I've had this kind of dream many times since I was young. But when I wake up, I can't remember anything. I can't remember. Woo. Mu Yanyan burst into tears. I don't want to see him in so much pain. As long as I can stop him from suffering, even if he really wants me to be a substitute, I'll accept it. But I really am not her. Even if I'm a substitute, I'm still a fake. I can't become real. I know his guess, and I also guessed that maybe it's really my previous life, but I really can't remember. I don't have any memory at all. Mu Yen Yen cried her heart out. Lon Lon hugged her body, not saying a word, only sighing. She really didn't know how to comfort her about this matter. Yu Dongtian sat in his room in a daze. His whole person was like an empty shell. The four walls of the room were covered with photos. Feng Hua with a smile, Feng Hua with happiness, Feng Hua in the wind, Feng Hua in the battle, Feng Hua in the snow, Feng Hua with a smile that this was a space that belonged to him. Every time he came back here, he felt that his beloved wife was still alive. This room had once been destroyed by the furious monarch star-plucking star in order to force him to leave. But Yu Dongtian returned to his original state again. Because he kept too many images of Nian Fenghua. Even if Yu Xingqian could smash everything, he couldn't smash Yu Dongtian's heart. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't erase that memory from his son's mind. Yu Dongtian sat in a daze, looking at her in a daze. He looked at Nian Fenghua smiling sweetly at him. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Girl. Why aren't you back yet? I've missed you for 7,000 years. I've waited for you for 7,000 years. I originally thought that I wasn't afraid of waiting for you for another 7,000 years, or even 70,000 years. But now, the devil army has arrived, and the continent is facing a world-ending disaster. I might really die in battle. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that after I die, I'll lose your memory forever. Girl, I miss you so much. Swaduo, what do you think Demon Ancestor Rahu is thinking? This was the question that Li Chenglong couldn't figure out the most. Swa Xiaoduo frowned. Ha! In the previous few battles, although the final result was that the Infernals had some gains and the army advanced, in reality, it wasn't the case. The Infernals clearly had a more radical battle method with a higher success rate. As long as the demon ancestor came out to participate in the battle, he could quickly settle the situation in every battle. With a push, he could open the door to the Tao League and even the door to the Astral Souls. With the demon ancestor's battle record of severely injuring the minister and killing the blade demon in one shot, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Li Chenglong pondered and said, but the demon ancestor didn't do so. Instead, he allowed soldiers to fight soldiers and generals to fight generals. He watched as millions of infernals died. The victory was a Pyrrhic victory. Logically speaking, a person like the demon ancestor shouldn't care about his status to such an extent, right? Ha! Swa Xiaoduo was stunned. He really didn't think in this direction. I know that you haven't thought about this problem, but if we look at the overall situation, let's put ourselves in their shoes. If our astral souls or the Umno Alliance or the Tao League were faced with such a situation, whether it was Master Lei, the Flood Witch or Uncle Zhua, would they watch millions of soldiers die in battle without doing anything? But a Pyrrhic victory, what kind of victory is that? Li Chenglong said, after putting yourself in his shoes, anyone would realize that the demon ancestor Rahu's inaction is a very strange thing in his bones. Long Yuxing pondered and said, maybe. The demon ancestor Rahu is an idiot. The others collectively rolled their eyes. The other party was an ancient mighty figure. Can your idiot cultivate to the point where even the saints have to be afraid of him? Then what is the reason? Li Chenglong shook his head and said, I can't figure it out either. If I could figure it out, I would have already made a response. But there is still one thing that can be confirmed. As long as we don't touch the remaining 5 demon monarchs and the left and right guardians, who we don't know if they are still around, the the demon ancestor Rahu will most likely still not make a move. Maybe we can use the Battle of White Mountain as a test. I bet that the demon ancestor still won't make a move. Li Chenglong's words made everyone even more confused. Everyone knew that Li Chenglong didn't make a conclusion easily, but he was always right. Since he dared to say that the demon ancestor wouldn't make a move in this battle, then there was a very high chance that he really wouldn't make a move. What is your basis? It should be known that until now, the demon ancestor Rahu was the biggest headache for the allied army. If they could confirm that the demon ancestor wouldn't make a move, then all their worries could be eliminated. My so-called not making a move also has a prerequisite. We can't really let our guard down and forget ourselves. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. In the end, this is just a small guess. I always feel that the demon ancestor seems to have a special purpose. Moreover, the demon ancestor really doesn't care about the casualties of the demon monarchs. So I suddenly thought, in the end, it's still between the two. Otherwise, why would I use the word bet? Indeed, there is something fishy about this. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered to himself. After Li Chenglong said this, everyone felt that there was indeed something unusual about this. The demon race ate people, but Rahu didn't care. He didn't care if the war went well. He didn't care if 100,000 died. He didn't care if 1,000,000 died. He didn't care if 10 million died. He was still indifferent. Ever since he returned, he only made a move because he was ambushed at the moment of his return. He heavily injured Zhou Chonglu with one blow and killed the blade demon with one spear. But after that, he really didn't make a move again. If the demon ancestor's goal was to let the demon race dominate the entire continent, this was really unreasonable. Even if he was cold-blooded and didn't take the demon's life seriously, if all his clansmen died, what would he use to dominate the continent? It was difficult for a person to be invincible in the world, but it wasn't impossible. However, it was impossible to dominate the continent with one's own strength. One had to have a lot of subordinates to do so. Then what is the demon ancestor Rahu's goal? If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned it, perhaps everyone would have thought that the demon ancestor was so cold and heartless. The demon race was warlike and didn't take life seriously. However, now that it was brought up and carefully considered, it immediately touched the blind spot. For this battle, let's fight and see what happens next. Li Chenglong said, the clues we have now are still limited. This battle can still be described as a gamble. The White Mountain battle line is only suitable for battle for 8,000 miles. It can allow our men to arrange things more easily. I believe that the arrangements of the heroic soul pass here will be enough to deal with the demon race's attack. If the demon ancestor Rahu doesn't make a move, there's no hope of attacking. In other words, then let's fight and see if the demon ancestor Rahu will make a move and join the battle. Let's gamble on our luck and see what happens. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others nodded in unison. In the sky dozens of miles away, the demon cloud continued to expand wildly. The demon chi rushed to the sky and covered the ground. The sky was filled with snow, blocking one's line of sight. However, one could still clearly see that the sky had been dyed completely black. They're here. Start the detonation. At the same time, the 3 heroic soul passes at the very front activated their restrictions. The air restricting domain was suddenly activated the moment the demon race was about to cross over. Paw! The demon cloud, which was hundreds of miles in front, fell from the sky like a big pancake. It was so neat that it looked like it had been cut by a knife. At the same time, boom! Boom boom boom! The 30 million kilograms of modern explosives that Zhou Xiaoduo had buried here long ago were also detonated. Amidst the deafening sound, a huge amount of non-poisonous great sorcerer and Zhuyan absolute poison spread wildly among the demon race's army. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of demon race's bodies were blown up into the sky by the explosive force. They flew up tens of thousands of meters high. This was a height that they couldn't fly up in an instant with their own cultivation. In contrast, they didn't fly up in a complete sense. Instead, it was a part of their body or their flesh and blood. The amount of explosives that Shuo Duo had planted this time was really too much. Coupled with the strong poison, the demon race's soldiers were poisoned after falling from the air-restricting domain. With their cultivation and strength, they couldn't withstand such a violent explosion at all. Moreover, there were sword chi sweeping back and forth in the sky from east to west and from west to east, along with the explosion. A ravine that was thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. All the demon race's soldiers who had just rushed over couldn't stop their momentum and fell from the air-restricting domain. They fell into the abyss like dumplings. Then, both sides of the abyss began to collapse. The poisonous fog directly spread and sealed the sky above the abyss. Demons kept rushing over and falling into the abyss. Shuo Duo and the others' original intention was to ambush them. But now, it seemed that the effect was unexpectedly good. There was no need to ambush them at all. They could ambush them with manpower. In view of this, they simply disbanded and left on the spot. On White Mountain, the eyebrows of the higher-ups twitched wildly. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This effect was really too unexpected. Chapter 1307. Is this the result of all their hard work? It's really quite a big commotion, but it's also very effective. Daoist Shuang, who had been in low spirits for a long time after losing two of his brothers, was now beaming with joy. It's very effective. It's really very effective. Not only him, but even Zhuo Changlu and the Flood Witch's eyes widened. Although the two of them were aware of what Shuo Duo and the others were doing, they never would have thought that they would be able to create such a big commotion. What was even more unexpected was that they would be able to create such a good effect. In fact, they weren't the only ones who didn't expect this. Even Shuo Duo himself didn't expect this result. His original intention for setting up this trap was to kill a wave of demons. What he had envisioned was the follow-up to the ambush. However, the reality was that the follow-up was completely useless. The first wave was enough, the pit was too deep and too wide. With the addition of countless explosives, it created an abyss that was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long. What was even more unexpected was that, with the addition of the anti-air domain, this place had become a natural moat. If the demons wanted to attack from here, they would have to go to the bottom of the moat and then climb up from there. This was something that Shuo Duo didn't even think about. His eyes also widened. How could something like this happen? Of course, there were still a few powerful cultivators above the Dao integration stage who could fly over. However, among the billions of demons, how many of them were above the Dao integration stage? Not to mention the demons, even in the prime of the demon race, could they produce millions of demons above the Dao integration stage? Furthermore, if there really were demons above the Dao integration stage who recklessly flew over, they would be nothing more than fodder. They would be directly killed by the combined forces of the allied army. Taking all of the above factors into consideration, Shuo Duo's original intention was to trap the demons. However, he had accidentally created an unprecedentedly dangerous natural moat. At least from this side, the demons would never be able to attack. Thus, they could only choose to attack from the other side. As a result, the original 8,000-kilometer defensive line was instantly shortened by more than one-third. This was simply. Everyone was in a state of disarray. Everyone, including Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, and all the higher-ups, had their mouths wide open as they looked at this glorious result. What the fuck, there's actually such a move. Just one change, and it's actually like this. If we had known earlier, we might as well have gone to dig holes. TSK TSK. TSK TSK. TSK TSK TSK. The deep ice witch kept shaking her head, sighing and sighing. She then raised her thumb and said, "You are really a young hero, awesome." How awesome! It's only a matter of time before a strong father surpasses his ancestors. TSK TSK, TSK TSK. We are boorish people, so it's fine that we can't see this. But you two, one is the biological father, and the other is the godfather. You two have even seen the child's actions, but you two are still acting like two idiots. Ha! I feel embarrassed for you two. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly, turned his head and said, "Brother Hong, now that the defensive line is shortened, the pressure on us has also become relatively smaller. It seems that we don't need so many people. It doesn't matter if some of the higher-ups are killed, one or two. How about using them to test the demon ancestors' movements? It's a worthy death, and it will bring glory to the future generations." The Flood Witch nodded slowly and said, "Good. Deep Ice, you go and assassinate the demon ancestor." Assassinate the demon ancestor. The Deep Ice Witch's face turned green. She took to her heels and ran away. "I only said a few words, and you want to send people to death. You're too shameless. I haven't even had time to fire. And you're already in a hurry. What's the hurry?" Her voice was still echoing in the air, but she had already disappeared without a trace. The Fire Witch stood on the side, looking down and not daring to make a sound for a long time. The Flood Witch could give him face, but Zhuo Changlu definitely wouldn't. To be honest, the Fire Witch was already very satisfied that Zhuo Changlu didn't pat the Fire Witch's head and earnestly call her little fire. How many is too many? It's better for people to keep a low profile. Well, not only for people, but also for witches. Xiao Duo accidentally created a natural moat this time, but a man-made natural moat can naturally be destroyed by human power. It's not impossible for the demon race to destroy it. Zhuo Changlu said softly. The simplest way is that once the demon ancestor Rahu takes action, the air-restricting domain over there can be broken with a snap of his fingers. But if he doesn't take action, at least in a short time, the 3 heroic soul passes will be impregnable and unbreakable. The two looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Yes, even those with Xiao Duo had created a natural moat that exceeded everyone's expectations. The root of this natural moat was still built on the foundation of the heroic soul passes. With the heroic soul passes and the air-restricting domain, the foundation of this natural moat would be unbreakable. Similarly, at the root, the heroic soul passes, which were related to the heavens, earth, and stars, could not be broken or destroyed by ordinary people. But for the demon ancestor Rahu, it might just be a matter of a slap. The strength of an ancient powerhouse, who was comparable to a saint, was not something that anyone in the world could evaluate. And once the air-restricting domain was broken, the so-called natural moat would be a joke. The demon race's army could just fly over directly. Even the 5 demon monarchs under the demon race might not have such strength. However, there were also higher-ups guarding this place. If the demon monarchs really dared to come over, they would have to face many strong enemies before they could talk about destroying the heroic soul passes. The risks involved could not be ignored. But if the demon ancestor Rahu personally made a move, everything would be different. For Suchonglu and the Flood Witch, it was hard for them to calm down with such a fact in front of them. They actually had to place all their hopes on the premise that their biggest enemy would not make a move. The two of them, who had been the strongest in the two continents for a long time, felt so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. The situation was stronger than the person. What could they do? The two swords of the Tao League, the two great shamans Lai Hua and Jin Lin, the sword monarch of the astral souls, and the Qin demon. How about leading 30,000 elites? Sua Chonglu asked. The Flood Witch frowned at Sua Chonglu's question. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, aren't you? It's necessary. The three heroic soul passes over there involve a defensive line of more than 3,000 kilometers. Okay. Fortunately, that's all. If it's really like what Bing Ming said, and the entire defensive line uses this air-restricting domain to create an abyss, then we'll be going to the extreme and force the demon ancestor Rahu to make a move. There will be no room for negotiation. That's right. This will give them a chance to fight. Looking at the expression on Zhuo's face in the distance, the two almost burst out laughing. They saw that Zhuo himself was also looking at the cliff in a daze. It turns out that this kid didn't even think about this. The Flood Witch was speechless. He's just farting on the sparks. And it's on fire. Sua Chonglu was also speechless. In any case, you should at least act like you're awesome. In the end, who are you trying to show off your dumbfounded face to? While they were discussing, the battlefield was in a mess, and battle cries sounded like thunder from the ninth heaven. Translator, WQL Editor, Alims Washao Duo, Senior Sorcerer Zhu Yan, Senior Sorcerers Washao Duo and the other 15 people formed 17 sharp daggers. They rushed out of the dense demon army one after another and rushed up White Mountain covered in blood. The non-poisonous shaman and Zhu Yan followed behind. They raised their hands, and countless poisonous gases intertwined before exploding. More than tens of thousands of demon soldiers rotted in an instant. High in the sky. The invisible demon ancestor Rahu's body suddenly shook, and the god-killing spear, which was also invisible, suddenly buzzed. It was a feeling of shock. That's Zhu Yan. Rahu furrowed his brows tightly. A look of dread flashed across his eyes. The god-killing spear instinctively retreated a foot without warning and hid behind demon ancestor Rahu, saying, "Definitely." The muscles on the side of Rahu's face, which had been as calm as an ancient well, began to twitch. Then, he subconsciously cursed out a curse exclusive to the demon race. Why is this scourge here? It was no wonder that demon ancestor Rahu was so afraid. Zhu Yan was really too strange. Wherever this person went, there would definitely be people who would be unlucky. No matter if it was holy, demon, shaman, immortal, ghost, or human, he would meet gods, evil gods, or Buddhas. No matter what cultivation level, strength, or background, he would be defeated. Even the two demon emperors and the two sages had suffered a great loss because they had underestimated him. They did not even know how they had suffered a loss. They were baffled and could not figure it out. Zhu Yan's current combat strength was weaker than before. In the eyes of demon ancestor Rahu, it was just a so-so and could be destroyed with a casual strike. However, when it came to this fellow's bad luck, it had to be said that even demon ancestor Rahu was afraid and did not dare to act rashly. He went to consult Saint Jade Pure, and a few of his disciples betrayed him and went to the west, causing the 12 golden immortals with perfect providence to be incomplete. He went to consult Saint Prime, and the Saint Prime's huge Jia sect was annihilated not long after, no longer existing. Dong Huang comforted him out of goodwill, and then he was attacked by Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix and almost killed. The Demon Emperor met this fellow twice, and he was ambushed by the Wu people who were not good at scheming. And this was only on the surface. Demon Rahu also knew some other secrets, and that was Tao Ancestor had originally obtained the complete creation plate, but there was a small beast beside it. Legend had it that it was Zhu Yan. Tao Ancestor was merciful and pointed at the small beast to awaken its intelligence. At that moment, Demon Ancestor Rahu, a connate life form, appeared and destroyed the creation plate with a spear. Then, Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix rushed over, and the first battle of Dragon Han began. Tao Ancestor won in the end, but only one side of the creation plate was left. The legendary creation plate. As for the other corners, they had no idea where they had disappeared to. Chapter 1308. Of course, at that time, Zhu Yan did not have the title of Beast of Misfortune. At that time, Zhu Yan was very well behaved and adorable. It was a clean little monkey with big, clear eyes. It was small and very lively as it hopped around. In the words of modern people, it was very cute. Otherwise, the Tao Ancestor would not have pointed at it. If Zhu Yan was in its current state, the Tao Ancestor would have slapped it into ashes. Enlighten it. Dream on. But it was that point that pointed out the problem. If it was not for that point, the creation plate might have fallen into the hands of the Tao Ancestor. After all, it was just a little bit more. Was there really nothing to it? Furthermore, the Demon Ancestor also knew that at that time, another almighty Azura Mingi was traveling the world. When he saw Zhu Yan in the form of a small beast, he was excited and wanted to bring this cute little thing back for his daughter to play with. At that time, Zhu Yan had just started cultivating and was really just a weak chicken. Then, on the way back, Styx was ambushed by the two sages of the West. That battle was tragic. Even the sword spirit of Styx's eternal spirit treasure, the Yuan Killer Sword, was beaten until it could not recover for hundreds of thousands of years. A large number of elites of the Azura clan were taken away, and it was said that they were converted. Since then, the Styx Patriarch hid in the Azura realm and did not dare to come out. As for the Scarlet Ape, it had been instinctively thrown out by Mingi the moment he was attacked. But in that kind of atmosphere of battle, this guy was actually safe and sound. Was there really nothing to it? The two sages of the West were also tied to Zhu Yan. When the Taoist guide went east to preach, he brought some of the prime clear sage's disciples back to supplement the West. It could be said that he benefited greatly. On the way back, he also brought Zhu Yan along. But halfway through, he felt that this guy's cultivation was too low compared to other great demons, and its future was not promising, so he threw it away. And after he returned, it seemed that his eternal spirit treasure, the 12th rank Golden Lotus, was eaten by some mosquito. The eternal spirit treasure of a great sage was eaten by a mosquito. This matter was as absurd as it could be. If there was nothing to it, who would believe it? No matter how many catastrophes there were, Zhu Yan was still alive and kicking. However, anyone who was close to him was basically dead, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, far or near. Those who had given him pointers or had a good impression of him were all unlucky. As a connate life form and a primordial mighty figure, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was very familiar with such matters. He had even personally experienced some of them. When he carefully recalled them, he could not help but draw a cold gasp. This was because all of them, without exception, had crossed paths with the Scarlet Ape before they met with misfortune. Then, they all ignored it. Only by summarizing all these encounters, and slowly sorting them out bit by bit, could one discover from the most inconspicuous corner. This guy was also there at that time. In this way, the matter became clearer and clearer. Thus, he thought, Zhu Yan is involved in this matter. Another thing also became clear. Thus, he thought, Zhu Yan is also involved in this matter. Another thing, Zhu Yan is also involved. But even so, it was not until the North Sea Black Tortoise was killed by Empress Hua that the name of Zhu Yan, the beast of misfortune, truly resounded. Then, when they connected it with the previous matters, they truly understood. Damn it, was it also because of him? No matter how awesome Fiend Ancestor Rahu was, he did not dare to say that he was more awesome than anyone else. Even the god-slaying spear was frightened, let alone others. Perhaps no one knows, but Hong Yun, who was widely acknowledged as the best person in the primeval times, had once given Zhu Yan pointers in cultivation. Zhu Yan's initiation technique was taught by Hong Yun. Fiend Ancestor Rahu murmured. With a hum, the god-slaying spear drilled into the Fiend Ancestor's body. Even if it was a top connate spirit treasure, it was as weak as a cicada in winter. Whether it was the 12th grade Golden Lotus of the Daoist Guide or Mingyi's Yuan Killer Sword, neither of them was inferior to it. It also knew that Hong Yun's death and disappearance of his Dao, and even the soul-scattering gourd, his eternal spirit treasure, had disappeared. Perhaps it was also because of this guy. Don't worry. The Fiend Ancestor coughed and said, "It's all because I have a good impression of him that I'm unlucky. I've never had a good impression of him. Even if he hindered me, it was limited. Zhu Yan had no effect on me at all." The god-slaying spear buzzed and said, "Is it really limited? Really no effect? Did you forget that you've just said that you met him face to face when the primeval chaos was judged? With your cultivation, you should have become a saint long ago, but you still haven't. Is there really no other reason?" Fiend Ancestor Rahu's face darkened completely at once. He could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that I can't become a saint because of this guy? Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so strange? Thinking deeper, it was not as if no one had ever found this fellow an eyesore since ancient times. There had been many mighty figures who had wanted to kill this fellow, such as the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Supreme Immortal Dong Hua of the Ren sect, Patriarch Chen Kuan, Jinren Wu Wang. However, most of these mighty figures had already completely disappeared from the world. And this Zhu Yan actually appeared here alive and kicking after the continent was split and reunited. He was still as weak as ever, still as wretched and cowardly as ever. He was still the same as he was back then. But it did not die. It just did not die. The Fiend Ancestor frowned. Thinking deeper, the series of encounters after the return of the demon continent was abnormal. Everything was strange. First, the return of the continent. The other party was actually able to accurately target the time when the demon continent was at its weakest and launch a surprise attack, killing the top 3 demon monarchs of the demon race. Was this reasonable? This was too unreasonable. The 3 demon monarchs were too unlucky. Then, the target of their attack was the Tao League. It was clearly the allied forces of the 3 continents. They had clearly targeted the time and place of the demon continent's return, but they did not make any follow-up arrangements. Even the defensive line was built in the opposite direction. Everything was strange. Previously, when they defeated the Sirius Pass, there were 2 super powerful figures in the Fiend Ancestor's eyes who were also at the top of the 3 continents. However, not long after the 2 sides started fighting, they died. There was not even a suitable opponent to be buried with. Was this not tragic? Was there any meaning to this? It had to be said that everything was not worth thinking about. Once he thought about it, it was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. Especially after his own imagination filled in the gaps. Fuck. The Fiend Ancestor Rahu cursed the demon race again. I'm not afraid of him, but I really don't want to see him. I'd rather fight with Hong Jun again than see this monkey. Fuck, I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid of this scum. Before this, Raho would never have thought that he would be so afraid of a scum that he could pinch to death with 2 fingers. Of course, if Xu Yan knew that he was qualified to be feared by the fiend ancestor Rahu, it would probably be the most glorious moment of its life. The demon race army braved the wind and snow and began to attack. On the other hand, the allied forces of the 3 continents did their best to resist, repelling the demon race's attacks time and time again. This time, the surrounding atmosphere was completely different from before. The weather was bone-chilling, and snow fell endlessly from the sky. Then, Zhou Chonglu and the others were shocked to find that this time, they did not even have to clean up the battlefield. The scene in front of them made many people in the allied forces almost vomit out their dinner from last night. The demon race army actually found the corpses of their comrades who had died in battle and dragged them back to cook and eat those that were still intact or partially intact. Are they still fucking human? Yu Dongtian's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. They're not human in the first place. The demon heart and demon nature are beyond our understanding. It's not surprising. If the demon race eating the corpses of their own people made the allied forces of the 3 continents feel shocked and disgusted, then they further discovered that the strength of the demon race army who had eaten their comrades actually increased considerably after eating the corpses. This discovery, this understanding, made the allied forces even more dumbfounded and feel a chill in their hearts. What the fuck? What exactly are we fighting against? Zhou Chonglu instantly ordered, "Do your best to take back the corpses of the allied forces soldiers who died in battle." This order was wholeheartedly approved by the entire allied forces. Yes, we can die in battle, but we can't accept being cooked and eaten by the demon race after dying in battle. The soldiers of the original Tao League all had bloodshot eyes, and their bodies were filled with indignation and anger as if they were about to explode. It was not difficult to guess just by looking at the demon race in front of them. Now, in their hometowns, the people who had stayed behind, the brothers who had stayed behind to fight and cover the retreat. Most probably, most of them had already become the food of the demons and were eaten alive. This was something that could be easily imagined, but the reality was even more terrifying than this. Everyone's aura was boiling. If we can't defeat them, we must self-destruct. In case we don't have time to take back the corpses and get eaten by the demon race. That's right. When I think that I might become the shit of the demon race one day, I feel so disgusted that I can't eat anymore. Fuck off. I'm eating. What bullshit are you talking about? What bullshit are you eating? Take a guess, if you were eaten by the demon race, and then digested and excreted, would you be watery or dry? Ugh, this meal was wasted. Many people at the side rolled their eyes speechlessly and put down their bowls. Not only did they lose their appetite, but they also felt nauseous. They probably wouldn't be able to eat for the next few days. Fuck, don't run. I'm going to kill you. It had to be said that the brutal actions of the demon race had aroused an unprecedented sense of unity among the soldiers of the 3 continents. From this day onwards, the battle became even more intense and tragic. The Allied forces' soldiers were fighting without any regard for their lives, and counterattacking. After seeing the demon race's attitude towards the people of the 3 continents, no one would not fight with their lives on the line. When they thought of the loss of this line of defense, the beautiful world behind them, and all the old folks who would become the demon race's food, no one could bear it. The offensive and defensive battles continued day and night, and the situation became more and more tragic. Chapter 1309. While the higher-ups of the devil race were attacking non-stop, they were also urgently summarizing information. Previously, they had broken through 2 lines of defense and captured a lot of captives. Some of the more powerful people were also kept alive to inquire about the situation in the 3 continents. The devil race was not a group of people who only knew how to fight fiercely. There were also many logistical people. For example, countless devil race clerks were sorting out and summarizing many useful things. The fierce battle started from that day and never stopped. Day after day, night after night. Xiao Duo and the others also kept attacking, fighting, and killing the enemies. Hai Hunshan and the others were also divided into groups and followed the army to attack. Every time, they were beaten black and blue. They were the descendants of the Wu people. They were not afraid of death in battle and killed the enemies as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. Even if the devil race's cultivation was higher than theirs, the bloodthirsty and tyrannical devil race was still no match for them. The descendants of the Wu people who had achieved such results were all in high spirits. They felt that they had become heroes. When they gathered together, they talked about how to kill the enemies and how to kill the high-level enemies. When they were not with Xiao Duo and the others, the 56 people were really in high spirits. They talked to each other excitedly. Even if they were bleeding all over, they could still participate in the discussion excitedly. Of course, in terms of merit and commendation, it was true that everyone had made a lot of contributions. There was no falsehood in their contributions. Everyone was very satisfied with the current atmosphere of their lives. After killing the enemies and bragging about themselves, they returned to Xiaoduo's space-destroying tower to cultivate and heal their wounds. When they felt that they had made progress, they went out to kill the enemies. Their personal cultivation was improving rapidly. However, how could they only be happy? Xiaoduo decided to charge them 10 pieces of the best quality jade of astral souls per day. The rental fee was definitely not cheap, but no one cared. After all, it was worth it. With the backing of the Umno Alliance and their recent achievements, this amount of resources was not a problem at all. Although Xiaoduo often inexplicably raised the price for no reason, such as when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a good mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was not in a good mood, and so on, everyone was used to it and did not care. As long as it wasn't prohibited from entering, they could raise the price as much as they wanted. Only a fool would refuse to enter such a blessed land with such a small rental fee. However, every time they were with Xiaoduo and the others, they felt that their cultivation had clearly improved by leaps and bounds, but the gap between them seemed to have widened. This feeling and recognition made the group of Wizard Alliance's geniuses feel aggrieved and dejected, but there was nothing they could do and they were dispirited and powerless. In the same way, after a battle, we would return in high spirits and joy. But the others that every time they went out, they were filled with murderous intent. When they returned, not only did their murderous intent not decrease, but it was even more intense. Every time they went out, they would be smiling, but when they returned, their faces would be so gloomy that it seemed like they would kill anyone at any time. The Thunder Cat and the others really did not understand. What was wrong with these people? Why were they so weird? Tens of thousands of demons were killed by them, why were they still not satisfied? Who were they showing that face to? How many they killed was more. Later on, when they heard the others chatting with each other, they understood. This battle was in vain again. Sigh. Sigh, that's true. What a disappointing battle. Why do you think the demon soldiers are so poor? Didn't they just conquer the Tao League and enter the inland? Shouldn't their pockets be the richest? Not only are they poor, but they don't even have a demonic core in their bodies. What's the point of living like this? That's right. We can still get demonic cores from killing demonic beasts. But now, the demons don't even have anything. I can't give up. I touched so many demons, from head to toe, but there's nothing. I have to give up even if I don't want to. Motherfucker, the interspatial rings are all empty. I was so happy when I got the interspatial rings, but there's nothing inside, only a lot of corpses. What the fuck, what do you think these things are? Crash. Many space rings appeared on the ground. Most of them are empty. Only a few of them have middle-grade and high-grade astral souls jade. There are only 3 pieces of top-grade astral souls jade. So many space rings. The demons are too poor. This is so disappointing. Why can't they be richer and let us fight for it? They don't even have the motivation. How dare they fight a war when they're so poor? Swishaodua's voice was full of dissatisfaction and complaint. You're losing money. I'm the one who's losing money. I only have this space to feed all of you, and I'm hoping to get something from the battlefield. But I met a bunch of poor demons. It's more than a loss. I fought desperately. Every time I went in and out of the Devil Clan's formation, I killed so many people. However, the rewards that the military headquarters assigned to me were all taken away by my parents and distributed to others. Who can I complain to? Now it's even worse. Not only did they take away my rewards, but they also took away my wife's. They even said that all the spoils on the battlefield belonged to them and that it was enough for them to be self-sufficient. Did you hear that? Is this human language? Now, we're both poor. I'm aggrieved, I'm wronged. No, you have to pay to enter the Tower of Annihilation in the future. If you don't raise the price, you won't be able to survive. 10,000 pieces of top-grade astral souls jade per person per day. If you don't hand it over, you're not allowed to enter. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up. You're poor. How dare you say you're poor? At this time, I'm afraid that no one in the 3 continents can be richer than you. You're already the richest man in the world, but you're still complaining about being poor. Where's your shame? How dare you raise the price? How dare you ask for it? Look at the heaven and earth treasures and spiritual herbs in your tower. At a rough estimate, there are more than 300,000 stalks. How dare you say you're poor? How dare you say you can't survive? Do you really think you're invincible just because you're cheap? I despise you. As soon as Swishaoduo mentioned raising the price, the crowd was stirred up and attacked him together. Who didn't know this guy's temper? His previous complaints were filled with grievances and grievances. In fact, this guy only had one purpose in his bones, which was to charge and raise the price. Everyone knew his character well. How could they let this bastard have his way? Although it was said that a cheap man was invincible, he had never met a cheap man. When a cheap man met another cheap man, it would depend on who had the lower limit. Who was truly invincible? Hun Shan and the others who were listening from the outside were confused by this round of verbal sparring. What the hell, there's such a saying. We're going to kill the enemy. It's good enough if we can survive on the battlefield. We're going to make contributions, kill the enemy, survive. If we can accumulate more merits, that's all we're going to do. But look at him. His original intention of going to the battlefield was to make a fortune. Their thinking is completely different from ours. No wonder we're so happy every time we come back, but he's so unhappy. It's because he didn't achieve his original goal. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Li Chenglong's voice rang out, the higher-ups of the demon race are still somewhat profitable. Let's identify some targets tomorrow, and we can always gain something. Maybe we can even make a fortune. I vaguely feel that the higher-ups of the demon race are more or less human. I reckon that their actions and thoughts are different from the general demon race, and their wealth is most likely different. Long Yuxing complained, that demon mountain and demon sea. Where do we have the time to select them one by one? Everything depends on human effort. We have to try. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tomorrow. With the gains, we can pay the rent to Zwa. Although he's cheap, he still gives us a place to cultivate. He may be unkind, but we can't be unrighteous. Military counselor is right. It's settled then. All the gains will belong to Zwa. Zwa Xiao Duo was flustered and exasperated. Right my ass, those poor demons, how can they afford my rent? You still have the nerve to talk to me about benevolence and righteousness. Think about your IOUs. How much have you accumulated? How can you have the nerve to say that I'm not benevolent and righteous? Is there any justice in this? Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Just wait and see. Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Long Yuxing and the others immediately dispersed and entered the Tower of Void Extermination to practice their cultivation. I just feel that I've lost so much that I'm going bankrupt. Really? Zwa Xiao Duo looked at Zwa Xiaoyan speechlessly. Wife, I need comfort. I want kisses and hugs. Why don't we have a drink tonight? Zwa Xiaoyan disappeared in a flash. There was no trace of her. Thundercat and the others were amazed by her high-speed movement. They couldn't figure out how she could cultivate such a body movement that was faster than teleportation. Zwa Xiao Duo stared at the direction where Zwa Xiaoyan left with a dumbfounded expression. I haven't finished speaking. I haven't finished feeling sorry for you. Do you know what I mean by drinking? Maybe I'm just talking about drinking beer. Really? How can her body movement be so fast? I didn't catch her in time. Next time, I'll have to be prepared to catch her. Zwa Xiao Duo muttered to himself. That night, a few demon monarchs of the demon clan launched a sneak attack on the 3 heroic soul passes that controlled the no-fly zone of the Broken Cliff. They were repelled by the allied forces. Probably because the battle was intense, some of the top people on both sides were injured. From the second half of the night onwards, the battle became intense again. Zwa Xiao Duo and the others kept attacking and cultivating. They kept entering the battle formation wave after wave to harvest demon lives and make money in advance. Unfortunately, they still didn't gain much. Chapter 13:10. Zwa Chonglu, Flood, and Thunder Dao hadn't fought since the beginning. They just stayed in the middle of the army, while the others went to the battlefield in batches. Zwa Xiao Duo and the others' main task was to put out fires. They rushed to wherever there was danger. With their current cultivation level, this was the most appropriate task for them. Zwa Xiao Duo was the most active among them. As he rushed to help, he kept spreading heavenly secret orders. He threw them out like snowflakes. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of heavenly secret orders were scattered. Zwa Xiao Duo complained that he was poor, and it was true that he didn't have many resources. However, the biggest winner of this war was undoubtedly him. Countless heavenly fate points that others couldn't see poured out continuously every day. It was no different from a rainstorm. As time went on, countless astral souls jade powder from the 3 continents were sent into the space-destroying tower. There were also countless space treasures that were found and sent into the space-destroying tower. Countless demonic souls were scattered by Bai and Jiao and then devoured by Yen Shirsi. Countless heavenly secret fate points were divided among Xiaolong, Xiao, and Huang's sword. The space-destroying tower was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Xiaolong was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao and Huang's sword strength was also increasing at a rapid pace. At this moment, Yen Shirsi had already formed a relatively complete spear body and spearhead. Bai and Jiao were also growing stronger and more mature by the day. Ever since Xiao Duo had obtained the main body of the creation plate, he had never thought that one day, heavenly secret points would come so easily. It was beyond his expectations, and it was such a huge amount. Once upon a time, he had been reluctant to use a few drops of heavenly secret points. He had shared a few drops with Xiao Long, and Xiao Long had been so grateful that he shed tears of gratitude. Now, at this moment, he was using heavenly secret points at an insane rate. Every day recently, Xiao Duo felt as if he was in a dream. Every step he took was shallow, and every step he took was unsteady. The demonic race's attack continued and became more and more frenzied. However, in front of the towering white mountain, which was like a natural barrier, they couldn't break through the defense line no matter what they did. Even the demonic race knew how to fight with their lives, and self-destructed from time to time. However, the Alliance army of astral souls was even more frenzied and desperate. They resisted the demonic race's attacks. After all, no matter how frenzied the demonic race's attack was, their defense line was only so wide. They couldn't all of them. It was only limited to the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Naturally, the results obtained were very few and close to none. On the other hand, although the Allied forces had suffered heavy casualties, in terms of the overall situation, they were dealing with it relatively calmly. Ants demonic demons, but they had enough manpower, and again, they had, and there. And this, demonic tests, and there was demonic war on them they started. In comparison, the demonic race was at an absolute disadvantage. They had to suffer heavy casualties every day. After a few more days, the demonic monarchs finally realized that if they continued to fight like this, even if it took a long time, they wouldn't be able to take down White Mountain. But the demonic ancestor, Rahu, didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. The astral souls weren't the only ones who didn't understand. Even the higher-ups of the demonic race were confused. Why didn't the demonic ancestor make a move? The situation was obvious. The demonic race is too strong. We can't take them down alone. But as long as the demonic ancestor makes a move, we can win in one fell swoop. And it's an overwhelming victory. This was an indisputable fact. But now, the demonic race's demonic race had suffered more than 1.5 billion casualties. Even if many of the demonic race's corpses became food for the demonic race, it was still a huge loss. The demonic ancestor was still indifferent. Then why did you bring us back here? Was he looking for death, or was he here to die? The 5 demon monarchs did not have the guts to question the demon ancestor. Instead, they secretly found the left and right guardians who had not made a move. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix. I can't take it anymore. If the old ancestor doesn't make a move, I'm afraid we'll all die here in the end. What's going on? Little did he know that the Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix were also deeply puzzled by this. Because both of them were completely confused now. Such a grand return, yet no one was allowed to make a move after returning. Could it be that the descendants of the devil race were only there to be slaughtered? What was going on? The two of them mustered up their courage and asked to see the devil ancestor. Ancestor, what's going on? The evil dragon asked. Right now, our demon brothers have suffered heavy casualties, while the enemy's morale is rising day by day. If this goes on, I'm afraid this battle won't be optimistic. Seeing demon ancestor Rahu remain silent, the evil dragon mustered his courage and said in a small voice. If ancestor doesn't want to help, the two of us can help. Demon ancestor Rahu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at his two old brothers, who had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years, with a complicated gaze. He seemed to want to stop them, but after hesitating, he said, if the two of you want to help, that's fine. However, I have to remind all of you that everything has a cause and effect. Chapter 13:11. The demon ancestor Rahut smiled faintly. That's one of the reasons why I won't attack again. If it's just the tribulation alone, you and I have indestructible bodies, so there's still room for us to turn around. But now, the most terrible thing is that Zhu Yan has appeared in the enemy camp. This omen gives me a bad feeling. Originally, I was just avoiding the tribulation, but now, no matter what, I can't get involved in the killing tribulation. Evil things should be avoided if possible, and if not, we have to think of a way to avoid them. The demon ancestor Rahu's gaze seemed to penetrate the void as he said softly, returning to the ancestral land this time was too smooth. From being at a loss, to suddenly having a clear goal and a clear direction, this change was too sudden. It made me overlook the possibility of being involved in the killing tribulation. Our return was too smooth. And the first to return shouldn't have been us demons. The demon stars filled the sky, messed up the heavenly mysteries, seized the constellations, rushed the fortunes, sacrificed the souls, sacrificed Shuizhongxiao. All of this was to guide the demons. Logically speaking, the demons should have known the coordinates first, but they triggered a surge of demonic aura, causing us demons to return early. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Until the moment of our return, the heavenly mysteries were in an unprecedented chaos, and I couldn't calculate it. If I had left then, there would still be time, and there would still be room to maneuver. But I was muddle-headed and didn't think that the chaos in the heavenly mysteries was a prelude to the killing tribulation. It was only when I returned successfully and attacked the Tao League that I vaguely sensed that the killing tribulation was in front of me, and that I was about to fall into the trap. At this point, I've already fallen into the tribulation. It's too late to retreat. At this point, the demon ancestor faintly revealed a hint of regret. If we calculate it this way, it's almost as if we demons have blocked a tribulation for the demons. We returned early, and made the demons the scapegoats of the demons. There is something very wrong with this matter. Why did I block a blow for the demons in such a muddle-headed manner? Dong Wang Tai and Demon Emperor Jun are all my juniors. What ability do they have to block a blow for me? I'm an indestructible connate life form, why didn't I sense the killing tribulation early on? This is very strange. Could it be that there's another expert plotting against me? You deliberately push me to the front. His brows furrowed tightly. But in this world, since time immemorial, who can scheme against me and not be detected by me? Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor. Can they scheme against me? They don't have that kind of ability. But if it wasn't for their scheme, who could have come up with such an unimaginable change? Or could it be that the demon race still had a backup plan? Or perhaps, he had joined forces with someone else. You deliberately pushed me out to block the tribulation. Everything about this matter is strange and bizarre. Besides, why is the clear heaven tribulation called clear heaven? Qing, what is it? Purge. Or cleaning. Purge. Who was he trying to purge? Sweep. Who do you want to sweep? Who is the mastermind behind this calamity? Perhaps even the 6 sages didn't have such means. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was personally in charge? But even if it was him, I should have sensed it. Could it be that in these years, his cultivation has already surpassed mine by so much? All the above are still guesses. We have to wait for the others to return before we can calculate it clearly. The situation is not clear, and the secrets of heaven are dark. Rashly throwing oneself into the calamity. Is the path to death. Those bastards back then, each and every one of them had deep thoughts and schemes. You have to remember, ever since we returned and set foot on the ancestral land, our opponents have never been these aboriginals in front of us, but those scheming bastards back then. Facing them, especially when the secrets of heaven are chaotic and can't be predicted, no matter how cautious we are, it's only right. Especially, none of them have appeared. All the more we can't be the first ones to stand out. Maybe, we'll block the saber for all of them, go through the calamity, and die without knowing anything. They'll only laugh at us. And won't be grateful at all. It had to be said that the demon ancestor Rahu, a Khanate expert and a mighty figure in the prehistoric times, always thought far and wide when he was scheming, and acted only after he had made up his mind. Although he had always been known for killing, when it came to the critical moment, he could be calmer and steadier than anyone else. After noticing the calamity, he made a prompt decision and stopped immediately. Old things, do you think I, Rahu, am so easy to scheme against? I'm back, and I'm going to enter the calamity. Aren't you guys dreaming too much? Everyone, just wait and see. If you don't come back for a day, I'll lose if I make a move. The god-slaying spear flew here and there, complaining that Zhu Yan deserves to die too. Why is it here? It was obvious. The beast of misfortune was so famous that even the demon ancestor Rahu, whose name shook the prehistoric times, and the god-slaying spear, who was the world's #1 killer, were extremely wary and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the timing of Zhu Yan's appearance was too frightening, in the midst of the calamity. All of a sudden, this shining star of misfortune, the star of misfortune, was increased by another 3 levels. If it were a normal time, it wouldn't matter if it appeared and caused bad luck. As long as its cultivation was high enough, it wouldn't be life-threatening. But in the midst of the calamity, who could guarantee that? As long as it wasn't a saint, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't die. Although the demon ancestor Rahu was said to be on par with a saint, he wasn't a saint after all. How could he not be wary? In that case, the return of the demon race this time is actually in response to the calamity. Destined to be destroyed? The god-slaying spear asked. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, facing the calamity is already inevitable. The demon race has no divinity, no humanity, no demonic nature, no spirituality. And no mercy. Since it's to clear the calamity, a race like the demon race must be on the list of targets to be eliminated. Moreover, they should be the first target to be eliminated. They shouldn't have returned, but they unexpectedly returned. After returning, they inexplicably took the place of the calamity's first target. They foolishly blocked a blade for others. In the midst of the calamity, they can actually manipulate the situation, using the location of the demon race's return as the starting point to launch an ambush. All kinds of inconceivable things have happened to the demon race. Looking at the situation of clearing the calamity. The demon race, from the moment they returned, it was no different from stepping into the gates of death, into the end of the world. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, they're destined to be unable to reverse the situation. The god-slaying spear circled back and forth, as if it was irritated, but also as if it was unwilling to resign to its fate. You don't have to feel indignant. In the vast firmament, there are countless lives and races. The evolution of life and death may take a long time in our eyes, but in the firmament, it's just a snap of the fingers. The demon ancestor Rahu said, a star rises, and another dies, a race rises, and another dies. This is an unchanging law since time immemorial. The god-slaying spear chirped. Perhaps, only at the level of Tao ancestor can one truly command the firmament. The demon ancestor Rahu sneered, Tao ancestor. Him. He's still far from that. All along, we've known that saints are the pinnacle, and Tao ancestors are the peak above the pinnacle, suppressing the firmament, the end of the Tao. But this time in the galaxy, I deeply feel that our cultivation is still but a drop in the ocean, a speck of dust on the ground. What exactly is the true pinnacle? With our current knowledge, we haven't even found the path. The light of the firmament is endless. Where is the end of the Tao? What scenery lies ahead of us is still unknown. At this moment, none of my old opponents are here. I'm the only one here. This is already very unusual. How dare I act recklessly and recklessly enter the killing tribulation? Let's not talk about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. Let's talk about those crazy Zhu Wu from the Umno Alliance. Are they really all dead? As for the Tao League, it's even more nonsense that it's so weak. The 3 pure ones are the most respected saints, but where are they now? Where are their disciples? Until now, none of them have shown themselves, allowing their disciples to be slaughtered and devoured. You can imagine how big their plan is. These people clearly want me, Rahu, to explore the path for them and test the depth of the killing tribulation. How can I do as they wish? Even if we can't avoid entering the tribulation in the end, we have to wait for them to come back together. The demon race can be the scapegoat, but I, Rahu, can't be their vanguard. Want to scheme against me? I'd like to see who is scheming against whom in the end. Demon ancestor Rahu snorted softly, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. The war between the allied forces of the 3 continents and the demon race was long and drawn out. It went on day and night without any rest. Time was like a cold machine that continued to move forward. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. Half a month. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. The number of casualties on both sides was getting more and more shocking. It was a shocking sight. As time went on and the war went on, the demon race's relative disadvantage became more and more obvious. The allied forces of the astral souls finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the demon ancestor really wouldn't take action. It was foreseeable that the demon race's army would be blocked out of White Mountain by us. If the demon race didn't retreat, all the elites would be exhausted. It wasn't an illusion that the vast continent behind everyone's backs, that beautiful world, wouldn't be tortured by the demon race anymore. Wu Changlu and the others who had been tense all this time finally showed a relaxed smile. A feeling of relief flowed through their bodies. They finally brought the war into the most familiar rhythm of the allied forces of the 3 continents. With regards to this kind of protracted battle, everyone was very experienced and familiar with it. Especially the Wu people and the human race of the astral souls. These 2 races had been fighting in this way for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if they didn't have any experience. Too many warriors had spent their entire lives like this. Now, after a fierce battle, the demon race's army was brought into the rhythm that they were most familiar with. This feeling was very familiar, and even nostalgic. Then, would the demon race adapt? Ahaha, it doesn't matter if you adapt or not, as long as we adapt. Chapter 13:12. Now that the battle mode had been set, they could take turns to sleep and rest their minds. What was this called? Bliss. The strength of Zhou Xiao Duo and the others continued to increase during this period of time, somersaulting and rising. In the beginning, Li Chenglong and the others weren't a match for the demon god. But now, they could fight alone and force the 5 demon monarchs to a draw. It had to be known that although the battle between the 2 sides had only been going on for 3 months, Li Chenglong and the others seemed to have cultivated bitterly for more than 200 years under the support of the Void Exterminating Pagoda. How could it be that their cultivation had broken through again? As time went on, everyone had no choice but to believe that the originally aggressive demon race army that had come with the power to destroy the world was becoming weaker and weaker. These weren't baseless inferences. Instead, there was a large amount of evidence. The truth was right in front of everyone's eyes, making them feel as if they had been given a new lease of life. First of all, through the continuous battles, as well as the detection of people who had infiltrated the enemy's rear, the demon race army's losses had already reached a considerable scale. This was definitely not the so-called training of soldiers. The purpose of training soldiers was to improve the combat strength of their own soldiers through fierce battles, but the demons simply didn't have this concept. They only blindly shouted and fought until they died. The most important thing was that the total strength of the demon continent had already been lost by more than 30%. This was an extremely huge number. If this was a conspiracy, a trap, then even Zhuo Changlu and the Flood Witch would lose more than they gained in terms of strategic vision. Up until now, the peak fighting strength of the three continents, apart from the dual Taoists of Fire and Cloud and the Blade Demon, had not been reduced. The only unexpected thing was that the two protectors behind the demon ancestor had suddenly entered the battle. This had caused great waves to appear in the previously stable battle situation, and even posed a great threat. Every time the evil dragon and dark phoenix attacked, Zhuo Changlu and the Flood Witch would have to personally meet them in battle. Otherwise, any line of defense would be broken by them. The evil dragon Dark Phoenix was indeed an ancient almighty. Her battle prowess was ridiculously high. As soon as they met, she was suppressing the Flood Witch and Zhuo Changlu. The two of them had almost no strength to fight back and could only barely hold on. Lei Dao, Yu Xingchen, Lei Changtian, Wu Yuding and the others saw that things were not going well. They went up to fight together and finally stabilized the situation. At first, everyone thought that this might be a trap set up by the devil race. They would lure out all the top fighting forces on their side, and then the devil ancestor would launch a sneak attack. He would defeat them one by one and accomplish the mission in one fell swoop. If he was beheaded by the other party, that would be terrible. All of them were extremely nervous. However, the Flood Witch of Zhuo Changlu saw that the White Mountain defense line was in danger, and that her soldiers were in danger. She had no choice but to save them, so she could only bite the bullet. However, who would have thought that the demon ancestor, whom everyone had been on guard against, would not show up at all? From the beginning to the end, only the evil dragon and the dark phoenix had joined the battle. Everyone was a little confused. Although the evil dragon and dark phoenix were indeed powerful, they were ridiculously strong. But if it was just the two of them, they wouldn't be afraid. Especially after confirming that the demonic ancestor wouldn't interfere, the situation changed again. The evil dragon and dark phoenix immediately became the targets of siege. Now, it was the allied forces who were silently thinking about the possibility of a beheading operation. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Yu Xingchen were in one group, while the Flood, Thunder Daoist and Lei Changtian were in the other group. It was like two firefighting groups. With the strength of the two guardians, the three of them had to work together to not be at a disadvantage. It was really terrifying to the extreme. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix, back in the days of the Chaos world, when the gods and Buddhas were everywhere, were also fierce characters that no one dared to fight against. Now that they were being suppressed, they could not help but be furious. The two of them together were a powerful force that could force the Kunping demon master to retreat. Now, they were blocked by a few people who were no more than ants in their eyes. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, they became louder and louder, and came to fight again and again. After being beaten back by a wave, their anger would rise by 30%. After being beaten back again, their anger would rise again. A bunch of ants could actually beat them back. This was simply Embarrassing to death. Because everyone was fighting, after this wave of demons was beaten back, the higher-ups who were defending at the back and had the ability to join in the battle naturally rushed over and surrounded the evil dragon and the dark phoenix. Especially the 12 great shamans and the others, they swarmed up like a swarm of bees. They did not care about the rules of the pugilistic world at all. The technique of beating a drowning dog was practiced to the point of perfection. In addition to the original Flood, Zhua Changlu, and the others, how could the evil dragon and the dark phoenix withstand it? They could only retreat in humiliation. This kind of grievance was simply incomparable. In their long lives, when had they ever been humiliated like this? Although there were people on the other side who were heavily injured by the evil dragon and the dark phoenix's big move every time. Why could they not only survive, but also recover so quickly? Today, they were beaten half to death, and the next day, they rushed up energetically. Are you fucking kidding? We are so tired today, and we haven't rested yet tomorrow, but your side is full of health and energy. The more the evil dragon and the dark phoenix fought, the more depressed they became. After that, they discovered another even more terrifying thing. That was, the people on the other side seemed to be getting stronger as they fought. After fighting for a day, when they fought again tomorrow, they discovered that the other side seemed to have become a little stronger. Was it an illusion? The day after tomorrow, they became a little stronger. It did not seem to be an illusion. After a few more days. Fuck, they actually became stronger. You guys are already at the zenith heavenly realm, okay? How can you improve so quickly? The increment of your improvement is actually calculated in days. This is not scientific, this is too fantastical, this is too unimaginable, too unimaginable. The more the evil dragon and the dark phoenix fought, the more they doubted their lives. Could it be that I am the role of a whetstone? The more they thought about it, the more indignant they felt. How can we be the whetstone? During this long battle, the thing that left the evil dragon and the dark phoenix the most depressed and impressed them the most was. In the chaotic battle, a couple came up to attack them. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix could tell with a single glance that this couple was the weakest among all the combatants. They definitely had the ability to kill any one of them. Based on this knowledge, the two of them aimed at their target and prepared to kill them in one blow. You want to use us as whetstones? Are you prepared to be broken by us? The evil dragon and the dark phoenix gritted their teeth and used all their experience to secretly create an opportunity. They made up their minds. The moment they made their move, they had to cause an irrecoverable result. Moreover, they had really found an opportunity to heavily injure this couple at the cost of their own injuries. They had beaten them to the point where it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even their bodies had been shattered, and their dantians had been completely destroyed. They had almost died, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Although the evil dragon and the dark phoenix had also paid a considerable price, the battle had already started. They had personally killed the highest level of the enemy. Moreover, they had killed two of them at once. Was this not worth celebrating? The two of them were overjoyed. Although they were injured, they laughed wildly and calmly retreated from the enemy's frenzied attacks. However, that night, thunder rumbled in the Allied army's camp. Purple lightning flashed in the sky without stopping for the entire night. That kind of vast heavenly might cause the hearts of all the humans and demons to tremble. Heavenly tribulation. What kind of person was the evil dragon and the dark phoenix? How could they not know that someone was undergoing tribulation? Something like tribulation. Although they knew that someone in the enemy camp had broken through and was undergoing tribulation, a new powerful opponent was forming, they would not dare to watch. However, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes definitely wouldn't join in on the fun. That was because it would be too easy for them to get into trouble. If that person who was undergoing tribulation didn't want to live anymore and chased after them, there would be too much of a chance for them to die. Moreover, they were all ancient powerhouses. They had experienced too many things. At their age, how could they have any curiosity? Moreover, even if there was more than one person undergoing tribulation, at most, there would be 2 more Zenith Heaven cultivators. It was not a big deal and had nothing to do with the main goal. It did not matter. After the tribulation, could it be that I can't kill you? I am very calm. I am also very elegant. However, when they went to the battlefield the next day, the evil dragon and the dark phoenix's eyeballs almost popped out. The couple who had been heavily injured yesterday had rushed up again. Moreover, both of them had broken through their original bottleneck and reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Fuck, these 2 people who were bound to die had actually taken a step forward in their tribulation. Was this really not a joke? This reality that made them gnash their teeth caused the evil dragon and the dark phoenix to fly into a rage. They were unable to restrain their anger. They had spent so much effort, purposely showing flaws, and did not hesitate to get injured. They had paid so much to finally heavily injure the 2 of them. In the end, they had actually helped the other party break through. This was definitely the greatest humiliation they had ever experienced in their lives. The 2 Desolate-era powerhouses had gone crazy. In the battle that day, the evil dragon had directly revealed its evil dragon true body. Tens of thousands of huge bodies had appeared. The dark phoenix had even released the Nirvana hellfire, burning everything in the world. The results of this battle were unprecedentedly glorious. The upper echelons of the Allied army were unable to resist the extreme eruption of the 2 Xiantian monsters. They retreated in defeat, and several people were injured. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, hellfire soared into the sky. Regardless of whether it was the air or space, everything was burned to pieces. The cracking sound of space shattering like glass rang out continuously. Black holes appeared one after another in the space. Zhou Chonglu gave the order, and everyone immediately retreated. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix chased after them and fought in front of the defensive line. They had the upper hand and were showing off to the extreme. The resentment in Xiao Chen's heart was finally vented to his heart's content. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix returned victorious. However, these 2 old powerhouses felt that something was wrong. The battle was indeed real, and the results were definitely not fake. It was indeed a glorious victory. However, with the spiritual senses of these 2 top cultivators, they still felt that something was wrong. The evil dragon felt that its evil dragon's secret technique, or rather, the power of providence that belonged to the dragon race, was vaguely pulled away when it revealed its true form. Was that why it was pulled away a little? Chapter 13:13. As for the ones that were pulled away, they were almost negligible. Thus, the feeling was very weak. It was faintly discernible. Was it a misconception? Evil Dragon felt that it was too tired. On the other hand, Dark Phoenix also felt that when her Nirvana underworld flame was released, it seemed to have dissipated or been swallowed. But how could there be a creature that could swallow her Nirvana underworld flame? This was clearly an impossible matter. Even if the Demon Emperor's great son True Flame, Ancestor Sorcerer Zhurong True Flame, and Ancestor Dragon's Ancestor Dragon Sun Flame, they were only on par with my Nirvana underworld flame, let alone steal my flame. Even if they did, what use would it be? Unless it was the fusion of all the flames in the world, but she had never seen or heard of such a cultivation technique. It should be a misconception. Dark Phoenix's brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. No need to care. The two only thought for a moment, but they didn't care. After all, their losses, if they were to say that there was a real loss, it was very, very little. They would be able to recover it in a few breaths of time. What did that count as? Inside the void extinguishing tower, the black three-legged golden crow fell to the ground, its body covered in flames. Its 3 legs were facing the sky, trembling and spitting out flames from its small mouth. Yes, it was spitting out flames. There was also Swishao, who was with the 3-legged golden crow. It was also facing the sky, twitching in pain and spitting out flames. However, the two of them forced themselves to keep their mouths shut. No matter what, they wouldn't spit it out. What a pity that it wasn't easy to steal such a small amount of underworld flame seed. How could they spit it out? Even if they were burned to death, they wouldn't spit it out. They had to completely digest it. In the end, the two greedy fellows were on fire from head to toe, like 2 candles burning in the sky. They were almost burned to death by the underworld flame. Fortunately, Wu Yuting, who came in later, saved them in an emergency. She put down the north and the south and beat them up violently, forcing them to spit out more than half of the dark fire kindling. Only then did she slowly absorb the rest. Swishao and Shao both had the same expression on their faces as they watched the Nirvana Hellfire essence slowly dissipating in the Annihilation Tower. Tears welled up in their eyes and their hearts ached so much that they could not utter a single word. Such a good opportunity. And it was wasted just like that they really couldn't digest it. After all, it was a top-notch flame from a different domain. With their current shallow cultivation, they really couldn't absorb much. The portion that escaped was the portion that they could not bear. It would only cause a backlash from the flames in their bodies, so they could only reluctantly give up. And this decision was made by Wu Yuting on their behalf. Otherwise, with Swishao's character of plucking the feathers off a swallow, Shao would never give up on something that was already in his mouth. How could he let it go so easily? It had to be said that one is marked by the company one keeps. Following Swishao, Shao had learned his mother's character, temper, and habits. Wait for next time. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Swishao's eyes were brimming with tears as he hurriedly refined it. Shao sighed and groaned, his face full of reluctance and helplessness. He couldn't wait to swallow back what he spat out. The Flood Witch and Zhou Changlu were speechless as they watched from the side. This character. He's really your son. He's so good at plucking feathers off a swallow. His father is stronger than his ancestors. The Flood Witch shook her head and sighed. She couldn't help but marvel at the human genes and sighed in her heart. Zhou Changlu's mouth twitched. He wanted to refute, but he found himself speechless and unable to refute. He could only snort. He thought for a moment and said, "If you want to absorb the primordial flame, you have to plan carefully." Zhou Changlu was gloomy for a moment and began to give his son ideas. "The two of you can't attack openly. Try to force out the Nirvana flame and the evil dragon's body more often in the future battles. A little at a time, don't be too obvious. If it's too obvious, the evil dragon and the dark phoenix won't be released. They're all ancient almighty beings. It's too difficult to take advantage of them. You must seize this opportunity." Zhou Changlu educated. "If you can take advantage of them, you must not let go." Understood, understood. Swishao and Shao nodded obediently. The Flood Witch sighed on one side. No wonder they were all like this. With such words and examples. I'll listen to Grandpa. Grandpa is so good. Mwah. Shao jumped around with his 3 legs, looking very happy. Hearing the word Grandpa, the Flood Witch, Zhou Changlu, and Wu Yuting's facial muscles twitched. do you know how you're going to die? The Flood Witch asked Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu was confused. What do you mean? Just tell me if you know or not. I don't know. You'll definitely be killed by the Demon Emperor. The Flood Witch said to Zhuo Changlu, I promise, I definitely will. Zhuo Changlu looked helpless. You can't blame me for this. Besides, do you think you can escape? You're also his god-grandfather. The Flood Witch shook his head. Thank you. I can be this kid's godfather, but I don't dare to be Little Crow's god-grandfather. Although I'm very bold, I don't dare to do it. This was the Flood Witch's heartfelt words. Just thinking about the scene of the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang calling him uncle, the Flood Witch's legs and stomach cramped. His large intestines and small intestines convulsed together. Although he was never one to belittle himself, he was still very aware of his own capabilities. He already felt a little powerless to deal with one of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, let alone the Demon Emperor Dong Huang, who was several levels higher than the evil dragons and dark phoenixes. Standing in front of those two existences as an uncle, the Flood Witch was afraid that he would be beaten into a pulp in the next moment. As for Zhuo Changlu, there was no other way. Who asked his son to be the Demon Emperor's seventh prince's mother? He couldn't escape no matter how he wanted to. Thinking of this, the Flood Witch couldn't help but sympathize with him. This guy, his fate. Zhuo Zhanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other. They didn't know what to say, but they still had to put on a smile on their faces. My grandson is a three-legged golden crow. My grandson's father is the Demon Emperor. His uncle is Dong Huang. My son is his mother. Why is this scene so discordant? TSK that it's really glorious. But who knows the bitterness in my heart? Those of you who are not involved in this matter will never understand how deep our sorrow is. The shadow in our hearts can already envelop 3 continents. Do you know that? The next day, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes flaunted their might and challenged again. According to the established battle plan, the Flood Witch and the others, who had been diligently cultivating for a year and a half, fought again. It was still a group attack, still a group beating. The evil dragons and dark phoenixes went all out. All kinds of magical techniques and ancient techniques were used. From the sky to the earth, and from the earth to the sky, the fight was exceptionally brilliant and exciting. It had to be said that these two unleashed their full power and really caught everyone off guard. They were in a very sorry state. Yu Dongtian, Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yun Duo, Boundless Bamboo Mang, Daoist Shuang, and the others who were weaker were all seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. Even Lei Changtian's beard and hair were burned clean by the Nirvana flame. His face was full of blisters, and he hurriedly retreated like a big candle. The tragic atmosphere of this battle was almost indescribable. It also made all the experts in the astral souls remember the name of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes this time. Everyone was a little shocked. Facing hundreds of experts from the continent's allied forces, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes came and went as if they were invincible. The demeanor of the ancient experts was fully displayed. Seeing the experts who were famous in the 3 continents vomiting blood and directly retreating from the battlefield, the allied forces behind felt a chill down their spines. Too savage. Too powerful. Too domineering. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was extremely leisurely. He was moving around in the sky, looking for an opportunity to take a small bite of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes' luck. That's right, he would only take a small bite every time. He was definitely not greedy. 1 bite. 1 bite. Another bite. Xiao Long chewed slowly, using the word wretched to an unbelievable extent. Xiao was hiding in the front of Zhuo Xiao's clothes, peeking out from time to time, waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Duo was wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier, hiding in a group of Sky Source soldiers. He was not far away from the battle between the higher-ups, using his strength that did not exceed the Sky Soar realm to fight against the Devil Army. Occasionally, when there was an opportunity, he would immediately tear space and teleport over, opening his mouth together with Xiao and swallowing the scattered nirvana flame into their stomachs. Similarly, he would only take a small bite every time. He would not be greedy. Then, he would fight and refine the nirvana flame. During this period, even if there was an opportunity, he would not swallow it. Firstly, he was afraid that he would not be able to endure it. Secondly, he was afraid that the two experts in the battle would notice him. Although Xiao's cultivation had increased greatly, and he was already at the peak of the 3 continents, if he really fought against the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, he would definitely die. When the first mouthful of nirvana flame was almost fully digested, he would sneakily bring the 3-legged golden crow's son over and take another mouthful. Then, he would turn back and continue to refine and fight. In this way, he would swallow 7 to 8 mouthfuls a day. Of course, the actual amount of mouthfuls was so little that the evil dragons and dark phoenixes did not notice it at all. Another day, another battle. They fought from dawn all the way until midnight. After an entire day and night, no one retreated. This battle had been fought to the point of madness. In the end, the flood witch had a rare moment of calmness. With a loud roar, the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the highest level, and the potential of her entire body was activated. She led the 3 doppelgangers to attack the evil dragons without any fear of death. The Flood Witch unleashed her full strength, and with the help of the 3 doppelgangers, the 8 hammers smashed down, causing the sky to turn dark. For a moment, the others were unable to interfere. The wind howled, and it was as if billions of ghosts were crying at the same time. The gates of hell opened, and billions of ghosts rushed towards the evil dragons with bared fangs and brandished claws. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.